attendance. It's not a vote, but a roll call, something. And if we don't have 7 then or 8, then we'll pause. We have some who are stuck in traffic. We're not used to coming in at 8 a.m. And we have some joining us online. Hopefully there was a couple asking for links. Did we get those links out? Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead and begin. Joining us this morning, we have security Davon Booth. And in case of emergency, use the 2 west boardroom doors to access the hallway, and then use the north or south doors to exit the building. Let's go ahead and do an out loud roll call. I just spoke with Member Bogus. She is about 2 blocks away, so I'm not going to call on her. Member Bollinger? Here. Member Booth?
Here.
Thank you. Member Brenton?
Here.
Thank you. Member Davis?
Here.
Is here. Thank you. Member Earl? Not yet. Member Green? Not yet. Member Hall?
Here.
Thank you. I am here. Member Kelly?
Here.
Member Carey? Thank you, Member Kelly. Member Lear?
Here.
Is here. Member Longacre?
Here.
Is here. Great. Member Reel? I think she's running a little behind. I got an email or a message from her this morning. And Member Wood?
Yes.
Is here. Good. That puts us at 11. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. So please, and I'll go ahead and lead that. Let's go ahead and stand. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, board members. It's always a privilege to stand before the American flag and pledge our allegiance to that flag and what it represents. Today is September the 11th, a day which each of us remembers from 24 years ago that has brought a lot of panic in many ways, concern, but also brought a lot of unification to our country. And we have somewhat built on that, and we appreciate those men and women who sacrificed their lives in the sad moments of our nation. Yesterday was also a tragic day, as there were 2 awful events that took place, one here on our own territory here in Utah, a tragic event, as well as another school shooting in Colorado. I want to, as I don't speak for the board in this moment, but I do want to express gratitude for our lawmakers who have been through the ringer on our school safety, but recognize that something needs to be done and are taking steps. Whether we agree in this boardroom or not on those steps, as we had a conversation last, was it Thursday or Friday, on something as simple sounding as a grid system, yet steps are being taken to help the safety of our students. As we continue to see events like this happen, we hope and pray for the safety of our families and especially our students and staff who are in our not only classrooms in K through 12, but in our universities, colleges as well. So with that, we are going to move on. Do we have anybody who signed up for a public comment? No public comment. Let's move on to agenda item 2. This is our monthly budget report, and we will hear from or turn time over to Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones. Scott, please.
Thank you, sir. Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. This is the required monthly budget report. As you know, or you may recall, we're updating the board and the public on USDB's budget now that we've officially taken over operations or financial operations of the USDB in a separate agenda item. So I'm speaking to all the funds that you see here. One key takeaway from this monthly budget report is we have also provided for you and the public our submitted closing packet for state fiscal year 25. I do recognize how detailed it is and complicated, but since we're fully transparent with all of our processes, including year-end close, because if we don't end the year right, we don't start the year right. This is subject to public disclosure, and it is still currently under review by state finance, which is relative to the processes that we'll eventually take, which is dealing with our carry forward balances, you as the board approving or directing the use of those. That'll all start occurring next month in Finance Committee and or the main board meeting. So I do attest that all known commitments and obligations are able to be met across all of the amounts of funding in the fund program, or the programs that are funded by all different sources of revenue. Chair, that concludes my update or attestation to the monthly budget or our budget overall. Subject to any questions or concerns.
Thank you, Scott. We do have a question from Member Earl.
Yeah, this is just, I'm asking a little deeper question. I know LEAs at once a year, they have to have a entity come in and audit them.
Yes.
But we're part of the state finance system.
Right.
Right. So does that happen quarterly? Does that happen? Do you understand what I'm saying? When does that double check take place? So
we're subject to a couple of audits. We're required by, so you're asking through the chair, board members are all asking about what our
USDB does.
Okay.
I mean, USBE.
Right.
For our, right? Because we're putting this forward, but then there's got to be some balance, right? Counterbalance.
Sure.
And the counterbalance is what I'm curious about.
Okay. Through the chair, concurrently with our Deborah and her team putting what we call the closing package up to state finance, we have year-end audits, one in particular on the minimum school program that the Office of the State Auditor does. Debbie Davis coordinates that. We also are subject to what's called the single audit, because we do receive more than, I think the threshold $750,000 of federal funds. So we're also subject to the thing. So we are subject, just like our LEAs, to external audits to help in the process of validation of our balances each and every year. We get audited on the MSP, we have the single audits, and the difference is the LEAs hire companies to do it. We since we're a government entity here at the state level, we're subject to OSA, OLAG, and or others, the government agencies.
Can I ask one more clarifying question? So, and I understand about those audit pieces because we've seen those, right? And I just wondered if with state finance, I'm trying to understand that relationship there. Do periodically and I don't know that I'd call it an audit. Is it a check-in or a year-end balance sheet, right? Do they try to reconcile those too? Because it would have to be someone outside of our entity, right? Okay.
Yeah, so we, through the chair, we have monthly reconciliation reports that are provided to us that we do jointly. So internally, we do monthly reconciliations. Like just 2 days ago, we had a meeting with IT who was concerned about a particular balance in that, we being me and Deborah.
Yeah.
And so we do these monthly reconciliations. In our team, we have budget managers that do those reconciliations, and they reconcile it against the reports that are in the state finance system, which is called Vantage now.
Okay.
It used to be called Finet, but it's called Vantage now, and we do that. And we really think that that's a lot of the reason why we have been so successful is when Deborah and I took over, we instituted a monthly reconciliation process and to keep up on balances. There have been some times when, we've had to come to you and say, oh, we're off here a little bit, or, but not materially, or where we ended up in the
And
red
that's
or anything. Yeah.
one more clarifying question. And that's a choice that we're making to do those internal monthly, or is that
It's-
something that's required by state finance?
So I'm not aware of anything in the law or where state finance says, hey, you absolutely have to reconcile with us. They run monthly reports, reconciliation reports. So it's just assumed that it is, and it's something that we do. It was part of our internal control implementation, because when we took over 10 years ago, 11 years ago, we were not in good shape. We didn't really know where the money was down to the dollar. And so it was part of the overall implementation of internal controls. Does that help answer your questions?
That is awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
And I just have to say thank you for this complete chart that we've,
Yep.
in the last couple of years, it seems like we've been more transparent as far as that piece and trying to get the technology up. So it's very easy to see the pieces.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
and
it.
just
Yeah.
Chair, if I may, just for the good of the group and for the public, it's an the not this is a closing packet, but the tool that we use is usable by you. You can drill down, you can do that. We understand though, and I hope the public does too. We're talking about not just $1 million budget or tens of millions, we're billions. We're $1 billion. The MSP program itself is $6 billion. And so, the tool's up and displayed right now. If at any time anyone from the public or anyone from the board wants me to sit with them and do over the shoulder or show them if they have any questions or concerns about any of the money, whether it's federal, state, federal mineral lease, anything like that, we're open to that. We're really transparent, and we are not above making mistakes either, but not material ones, right? Anytime we maybe miscode a transaction or something like that, we own it, and we'll always be transparent about if some way or some reason we were off in a calculation or something like that. So. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can go to the discretionary report real quick. It's there for your review. That concludes my report on the discretionary report.
Thank you. I do have a light from Member Bogus.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, man.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. I apologize. I was tardy. Have we gotten to the monthly budget report, or did we just, that was the tail end of it? I do have a couple questions. Is that okay? Okay. Sir, I'm wondering about just a few things, my single page here, a few things. Where in this would I find the memberships that the USBE has paid for either the board or the USBE? Where would I find that information in here?
Chair, if I can clarify, when you say memberships, like memberships with third parties,
Yes.
such as if you. I can show you here, but in the interest of time, could I take you offline and show you where to precisely find that using the tool?
That's totally fine with me, but
Okay.
I have a constituent who would like answers to a number of questions.
Okay.
And in fact, I think as I read this, I think it would be important for all board members to have this information, like, for example, and I'll just read them and then we can go offline.
Okay, sure.
How much does the agency spend on travel for personnel at different levels? How much are we spending on motel rooms at different levels for
Okay.
board members, for our superintendency? Like what is our output of the taxpayer dollar when it comes to those things
To travel.
to travel?
Okay.
What are we spending in leave hours for different calendar years? How are we adjusting that? Just there's lots of questions,
Okay, sure.
and I think it would be very interesting, but I was not able to find it here, and that's okay, but I would love to go through it offline with you.
So this provides Chair an opportunity for, if I can get the list, I'll create a really quick video and show the interaction, how you can drill down, and that way the public can see that as well. Would that help?
Sorry, yes, I think that would
Okay.
help, and I think it would
Yeah, I
be
know
good,
it's
good
a-
for our public to see
Sure.
how to find this information, and I went in and that, sorry, I apologize, that is a classroom alarm. I think it would be great for our public to see how to use that and engage and
Yeah,
interface.
that's a good opportunity. If board member Bogus is amenable to to my answering her questions that way. We can take that offline, and I can use it as an opportunity to train people on how to use the tool, to find particulars. So
It sounds like it is.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move
Okay.
on to 2.2 then, the discretionary fund.
it's in there for review. We'll be taking a lot of actions and review of that. The finance committee on the last Friday did make some recommendations that will be coming to the board. So obviously this needs to be updated for, to capture those recommendations, but they'll be ready for action. So when the finance committee does make recommendations, you see that this month it's an information item. We just respectfully request that it be an action item to, take action on what the finance committee is recommending. So more to follow there. So subject to review or questions and concerns.
Okay. We have a member Earl, then member Davis.
Okay, I just want to, so are we approving something? Are we taking
No,
action
not
approving anything
today.
today? That
No,
will
no,
be,
yes,
that went to
not
finance
today.
last month and it will come before us.
Yeah,
in
as a
October.
value
Okay.
add through the chair, I recommended that all board members take a look at the upper right-hand corner where the balances are, so that when we get to next month and you address when board member Davis updates on the finance committee process and action items related to the discretionary funds, we're prepared, right? That you have that background.
Yeah. So just one question. So when I raced in last month, right, and we were talking about what was the bridge money for?
Oh, the SLDS system?
Yes.
Yes.
Are we taking action on that today?
Not today. It'll come out in the motion.
Okay.
Yeah. It
That's
went
what I
through-
just wanted to make sure.
We, to honor the process of going through committee, we moved it into the committee. Board member Davis was great about facilitating that process. And so the recommendation from the
That's all I
next
wanted
month.
to hear. I haven't got to
There's
the
several
finance committee yet.
recommendations
So
next month. Yes, ma'am.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you, member Davis.
There was one recommendation that we asked to be agendized for today. For the committee motion was to use some discretionary money for an essay contest to celebrate. So, and we asked for that to be put on September 11th as an action item. Did we?
Okay, I think there might have been some misunderstanding that I thought it was going to be on the main board agenda in the main board meeting on October 2nd.
No.
No,
Yeah,
okay,
just because we don't have a lot of
because the
time.
celebration, right? Okay.
Let's
So I'm going to
talk
be honest.
offline.
I'm going to be honest. This meeting was not meant to
Right.
project committee work quicker, right? So
Right.
we did not plan for
And
that.
all of the other things we put for October 3rd, this was a special circumstance, and we can talk offline
makes
about that.
sense. Okay.
Thank you, member Davis. Okay, Scott, any additional?
No, other than I apologize for the misunderstanding but I have a solution for that. We can work on that. I think would be amenable to the entire board.
Thank you.
Yeah, we just missed the timing of it. Apologies.
Thank you, Scott, Deputy Superintendent Jones. Is there anything additional for the monthly budget report? Okay, let's move on to agenda item 3. This is our Law and Licensing Committee report out. If you remember from last meeting, we began the report with the first action item. We had a couple of motions. This is and I apologize, Chair Carey, if you were going to tee this up, or would you like me to proceed? Okay. So I'm going to let us know where we were and then turn time over to Chair Carey to take it away for his committee. But if you remember, we began on R277-217, Educator Standards. There were some motions made. We ended with a motion that struck new language on line 138 and reinsert stricken language on lines 139 through 141. That passed 9-5, and that's where we currently are. So, Chair Carey, I recognize that there's nothing. I just took everything that you had to tee up. I apologize. I'm gonna turn your mic on. Anything else that we can get ready for?
No, we're still in the accepting motions or amendments, I should say, to the proposed rule.
Perfect. So I've got a couple lights on. I've got, first we've got member Earl, and then we've got member Lear. But let me jump back to the underlying motion that is before us. And it is that the board approve R277-217, Educator Standards and LEA Reporting, Draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. That is the motion that is before us. Member Earl.
I'd like to make a substitute motion. I'd like to move draft 4.
There's a motion to move draft 4. Is there a second? Well, we went through this not too long ago. If we want to work off of draft 4, or are we just adopting draft 4? Okay, so the motion, apologies then, I just wanted clarity. The motion is that the board approve R277-217 draft 4. It's been seconded. Member Earl.
Yeah, so the 2 changes that were made last week are incorporated into draft 4. It has one modification. It's on line 162, and I can read through it for the public. It's it would be subject to educators' constitutional rights against self-incrimination. Let me just start with an educator shall. That's the beginning of that sentence that's up above, if that makes sense. Like, it's all these provisions, just so that this makes sense when I read it. An educator shall, subject to the educator's constitutional rights against self-incrimination, fully cooperate with criminal or civil law enforcement and LEA investigations involving a student or employee of the LEA's educator's LEA by responding truthfully and promptly to lawful inquiries by law enforcement, by providing relevant information within the educator's knowledge or possession, and complying with lawful subpoenas, warrants, or other compulsory processes. And that's the only change in that rule, but it does incorporate the 2 amendments that were made last week by this body.
Member Lear.
If I could I ask the maker of this draft 4 a question specific to this new provision? On line 146, just above where you're adding this information, if I can read what that says, parentheses 6, cooperate in providing all relevant information and evidence to the proper authority in the course of an investigation by a law enforcement agency or by the DCFS regarding potential criminal activity, except that an educator may decline to give evidence against himself or herself in an investigation if the evidence may tend to incriminate the educator, as that term is defined by the 5th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Can you help me understand how these are significantly different and how both are necessary?
I mean, I think that's a fair question. I think there's provisions that that 10 adds to it, providing just that promptly responding to lawful inquiries by law enforcement, also complying with lawful subpoenas, warrants. It just gets a little bit more specific in that, the idea being that that they need to promptly do that. Up here, it does say cooperate in providing relevant information, but I think we've seen cases even recently where individuals have said, well, we're not going to do that. So I think this adds a little bit more clarity. If we needed to combine the 2 in some way, capacity, that can be worked on. So
Can I have a follow-up, please?
Follow up. Go ahead.
First of all, I don't believe we've seen cases where that has been shown objectively to be true. Secondly, I think it is confusing to keep adding pieces of the same provision over and over again. It's confusing to educators. It's confusing to the general public. I don't object to this parentheses 6 on line 146 that's been in place for a long time. Of course, I think educators should cooperate, but I think the information of lawful warrants and et cetera is covered by all relevant information and evidence to the proper authority in the course of an investigation. I don't think we need to belabor the legalese. So I don't object if the maker of this motion wants to work on combining these two and bring us something that is more streamlined. Even line 146 and plus is a little clunky. I don't object to that, but I don't think we should keep adding pieces of the same important conduct standard throughout a rule. We should be clear in one place and cover what we want to cover and not be overly legal, because I think it sounds insulting to those who are reading it. Doesn't sound clear. So that would be my suggestion. I'm not going to vote for the motion as it is because I think it's covered. But I would not object if the maker of this motion wants to try to combine the two artfully.
Got Member Carey?
I would just like to speak in favor of the motion. I think what it does is that it makes two necessary changes in that if we read lines 145 through 150, as I read that, it says, and I'm quoting, regarding potential criminal activity. This amendment makes clear that this would apply to investigations that involve criminal or civil law enforcement, and I think that's absolutely essential. The other thing that I think that it does is that as I read lines 145 through 150, I do not see a required obligation to cooperate with the investigation of an LEA. And the way I read that is that if an LEA is doing an investigation, civil or criminal, and it goes to a licensed educator and asks questions of that educator, under this particular provision, the educator has no duty to cooperate with the LEA investigation. I think that is detrimental to, or could be detrimental to the safe operation of our schools, and I think it potentially pits the educator and the LEA unnecessarily in an adversarial position, where the amendment would make clear that the duty to cooperate with an investigation extends to the LEA as well as to law enforcement. But I do think Board Member Lear brings up a good point about redundancy, and with the chair's permission, I would like to ask Director Rasmussen, in light of the should this amendment pass, would lines 145 through 150 be necessary, or would that be redundant? And if it's redundant, then perhaps that could be struck.
Ben, question on your feet. Sorry, I don't know if you had time. I don't know if this was, just your initial thoughts. And if more comes to light later on, please let us know. If we need to make changes, we can.
Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. The biggest difference as I see it is just the specific reference to DCFS, but I think that would be that could be construed as civil law enforcement. So I think you could either strike 145 through 50 and specifically reference DCFS in the new language. I think that would work.
Okay, does that answer your question, Member Carey? Go ahead.
Yeah, that does. So if I understand Director Rasmussen through the chair, we could strike lines 145 through 150 as long as we added a provision into the amendment that specifically referenced DCFS. And thank you.
Thank you. I've got Member Davis, then Vice Chair Wood.
Is draft 4 draft 2 that the committee moved forward with only this change?
From the maker of the motion and that individual who worked on draft 2, I'm hearing yes.
It has the two
Let me get Member Earl.
It has the two amendments from that were made last
Right.
week. So
It
it's
already passed?
yes.
That already
Yeah.
passed, yes.
And that's all. So draft 2 as moved forward by the committee, the 2 amendments that we passed last week, and these 2 changes, and that's it?
This
Yes.
one change.
Or this one change,
Yeah,
sorry.
there's
Thank
no
you.
Just that
motion.
one section.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Wood.
May I ask the maker of the motion a question? Through you, Chair.
Please.
Okay. Can you help me understand how lines 166, 167 add to the language from 159, 160, be forthcoming with truthful, accurate, and complete information to an appropriate authority regarding known educator misconduct that could adversely impact the performance of a professional responsibility by another educator? I ask because it appears to me that that is very clear in the information has to go to the appropriate authority, where this is just relevant information within the educator's knowledge or possession. It just seems so broad as to what you're asking them or kind of compelling them to speak, as the above language is clear as to what language is required.
Well, it sits under 10, so it's not just an 11, right? So it's sitting underneath 10, which would be in cooperation with investigations that are taking place. So it is very relevant to that. It's not just, anything.
How are they different? Like, why are we adding additional language if it's already in there?
Can you tell me what line you were referring to?
Subsection 9. If I'm hearing correctly, as you're reading that, Member Earl, if I'm hearing correctly from Vice Chair Wood, the question is, subsection 9 is already covered, already covers or should be encompassing with all the others. And so, am I hearing that correctly? Even if it was put at the end, and so 9 and 10 switched, would 9, be duplicative, or would the A or would the B and C be duplicative of the new 10?
Let me look down through it again.
Well, as you look at it, let's go to Member Carey.
Yeah, I had the same question, and as I reread it several times, this is the conclusion that I made, and that is that line 160 refers to known educator misconduct, where the amendment refers to the requirement to cooperate with an investigation. And I think an investigation by definition includes conduct that is known as well as suspected or purported. And so I think that this, again, puts us in the right direction of, I want educators to feel that they are protected. And because our rule requires it, they are, in a sense. There isn't this sense of, I'm sharing information that I would otherwise not, that I normally wouldn't, because now our rules require it. So it's not just information that you know, but you have a duty to cooperate with a civil, criminal, or LEA investigation. And that's the way I understood the difference. Thank you.
Okay, board members, we are back to our substitute motion, and that is that the board approve R277-217 draft 4. Now, as we prepare for a vote, here's what I'd like to do. We have, the majority of us are here, and so if you are sitting next to a blank seat, grab a microphone and slide it over. So we've got Member Green will be, Member Bollinger will hit the button. Member Brenton, Member Carey's helping out. You've got Member Reel, one of you, either Carol or Aaron, perfect. And then Member Hall, and not everybody's with us. We're kind of having an in and out day, but we will, as we do a voice vote for those online, we'll keep an ear out. And who's got Member Booths? Is that you, Member Bogus? Or okay, perfect. I've got Member Lear, Member Davis, Vice Chair Wood, then Member Bogus. So Member Lear.
So I just want a clarification about this vote as it's set up, as it's proposed. So we'd leave in both provisions, both parentheses 6 and Member Earl's new parentheses 10 that have very similar language and sort of talk all over the one talks over the top of the other. There's no effort or there's no desire to combine the two and clean it up. Is that what I'm hearing?
I have not heard of a motion yet, but you're welcome to put one forth as well.
Just vote no. Thank you.
Okay. Well, guys, I'm just going off of lights here, and so now I'm back to Member Davis. I've got Member Wood, then Member Bogus.
I thought Joe was going to do it. He thought Jenny was going to do it. She thought maybe I don't know. I'll do it. But someone might be able to do it better. I move that the board add DCFS before criminal on line 163 and strike lines 145 to 50. Thank you very much, Director Rasmussen.
So there's a motion before the board that the board add DCFS before criminal on line 163 and strike lines 145 through 150. It's been seconded. Back to you, Member Davis.
I yield my time to the floor.
I love to hear it.
To the chair, maybe.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to say that in this room.
Yeah, well, bucket list item. Member Bogus, for a different one?
Well, if somebody else can, I'm still trying to comprehend this motion because it's not in context.
I know there's been discussion surrounding it. The feeling, if I'm capturing what I'm understanding from the board or from, excuse me, individuals on the board, is that subsection 6 was encompassed in subsection 10, except for the DCFS reference. And so for clarity, the DCFS reference will be included to subsection 10, and subsection 6 will be stricken.
I have no comment on this motion.
Okay, then let's get this ready for a vote. The motion is that the board add DCFS before criminal on line 163 and strike lines 145 through 150. Let's go ahead and vote. Voting is open. Member Green?
No.
Member Brenton?
No.
Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Reel? Okay, that passes. 11 in favor, 3 opposed. Those in opposition being Member Lear, Member Brenton, and Member Green. Okay, this brings us to our underlying motion. And I can't see it. We'll go to Member, it's to adopt draft 4 as amended. Member Bogus.
So we have multiple facets of this rule that are currently out of alignment with our legislative code. Would the will be that we postpone this to the next board meeting, or would you like me to make these amendments one at a time?
The motion that I see is that the board approve 217 draft 4 as amended.
So then I move that we postpone this until the next board meeting.
There's a motion to postpone until next board meeting. I'm assuming our October 3rd.
Yes.
Okay.
Second that.
There is a second. We did a motion to postpone. I believe it was draft 2. And help me if I'm understanding incorrectly. And that failed. We are on a draft 4 as amended. And so I think we put it before the body and move forward here. So the motion to postpone. The motion is to postpone this agenda item to the October meeting. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you. So these code lines were opened up in the last legislative session. They were voted on, and we've got multiple, and when I say multiple, like over and over again, parts of this rule that are out of alignment with Utah code. They're in conflict with themselves. They're in conflict with other rules, and the drafts presented don't recognize or remedy those conflicts. So when we're here and we're passing a rule that's in conflict with itself and then in conflict with other rules, I really do think we need to work this out and not do this until we are in a space where it's all remedied.
Member Davis.
If we pass this committee work today, it's still, because the L&L committee considered it last Friday, it will still be on the agenda in October. Am I right? So even if we pass the committee work today, for now, it could be changed again during the report out next month. Is that correct? Okay, I just want to make sure seems like we have an opportunity, could do both at this time.
Member Earl.
It's my understanding that these rules, the intent is, because they're up for their 5-year review, is to actually, from what came out of committee, is to put together a committee to review that, which would include any provisions that someone felt were still out of compliance with code. Is that an accurate statement? Is that what came out of committee on Friday? And if so, I don't understand. I mean, if there's a larger, major discussions to take place over alignment or something, that does seem like something that would be included or could be included within that framework. So I don't know if someone from that committee could speak to that or the intent.
Yeah, please, Chair Carey.
Yeah, it's what came out of committee was regarding the UPPAC rules. There were 2 motions that came out, and one was that we would take the group of UPPAC proposals submitted by Board Member Bogus, and they would be reviewed internally and made ready for the board at the October meeting. The second motion that came out of committee was that we would recommend to board leadership that a working group be put together, specifically because the UPPAC rules are up for their 5-year review. And we thought it best that instead of acting unilaterally on this matter, that we do bring in parents, educators, partners to really do a top-to-bottom review of all the UPPAC rules. So if that answers the question, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, so I think that, or I don't think, what I'm understanding is we have these rules before us, these amendments before us. From what came out of committee that Chair Carey just shared, so a recommendation to put thought in this, which will take time. This is not a thing that will be solved even in this meeting. However, I do not believe that the recommended amendments, the amendments that we've made already, have put us out of line with law, right? I don't know if that's the concern for me, but no, and I'm not saying it is an accusation. I'm just saying I'm looking at what's come before us, and so if I'm hearing correctly, there is some concerns that this rule in its entirety may be missing some things, and so it needs a deeper look, is what I'm understanding. So, well, hold on a second. I'm trying to make sure that we're all kind of understanding where we are with this process. So we have a draft 4 before us. In committee, it was discussed the several UPPAC rules, and we've just heard that, I know, spoiler for next month, right? We've just heard that there's going to be some recommendations coming forward to put a task force or committee or work group to get down to the bottom of this. So with that in mind, that will cue us up for our motion, which I see lights and we'll still get to them. But with that in mind, our motion before the board is the motion to postpone to October meeting. Member Bogus.
Thank you. So this rule itself is in conflict with itself. And then it also has multiple facets that are in conflict with what is now currently 215 and 210. And those things are in conflict. And the available drafts don't reconcile that. None of the drafts 4 reconcile those. And none of them are currently in alignment with our legislative code. We have code issues that need to be addressed. And I think we need to postpone this and have a robust discussion in the October board meeting.
So the motion before the board is to postpone this agenda item to the October meeting. Seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote. Member
Brenton's a no.
Thank you, Member Brenton.
Green's a yes.
Green, thank you, Member Green.
Booth is a yes.
Member Booth, thank you, yes. Member Hall?
Hall is a no. No.
Member Hall is a no, thank you. Is Member Real online, or is she? That fails. 11 opposed, 3 in favor. Those in favor being Member Booth, Member Kelly, and Member Green. Okay. So the underlying motion then is that the board approve R277-217 draft 4 as amended. Seeing no lights, let's vote. Oh, did you need to? Oh, Vice Chair Wood.
I would make a motion to divide A, B, and C to vote on them separately.
Will you repeat that motion? The motion to divide?
I move to divide between A, B, and C.
Okay. On the amended language. Okay. So there's a move to divide A, B, and C from subsection 10 that was just adopted into the rule. Is there a second? Back to you, Vice Chair Wood.
I do want to do. I want to be able to vote. The heading is fine. I want to be able to vote individually between A, B, and C because I like A and I like C, and I want to vote no on B.
Well, so the motion to devote, the motion has already been accepted. So I guess I'm asking to divide from what they're already in the rule. We've already voted on them. Yes, on subsection 10. So you would need to put a motion to strike A, B, or C. Please, Vice
I
Chair
will
Wood.
strike B and lose, but I can have my way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The motion is to strike 10B and lose. Did I capture that? Okay. With honor, yes. I'm just trying to get it as stated. No. So I'm sorry, Vice Chair Wood. Yep, we'll get it on the screen here.
It's line 166 and 167.
So,
providing
yeah.
relevant information within the educator's knowledge or possession, because I believe 159 through 161 already requires that of them.
So, okay, so the motion, again, restating the motion is to, for clarity, strike lines 166 and 167 from the amended draft 4. And we have a second. You semi-spoke to that. Do you want to speak additionally? Okay, and Member Bogus.
I don't have a question. No, I do have a question. I'm sorry. May I query the maker of the motion? what is your why?
I appreciate that lines 159 through 161 clarifies truthful, accurate, complete information to the appropriate authority. And I know we've already gone through this discussion with Member Carey and Member Earl, that they believe it's related specifically to the investigations. And I want to be able to vote no. That is my why.
Does that answer your question, Member Bogus?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so the motion before the board then is that we strike lines 166 and 167 from the amended rule. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Hall?
No.
Member Booth?
Booth is yes.
Thank you. Member Hall is a no. Member Booth is a yes. Member Brenton?
No.
Member Brenton is a no. Member Green?
No.
Member Green is no. Okay, thank you. There it is. We've got that motion fails. 9 opposed, 6 in favor. Those in favor being Member Bogus, Member Bollinger, Member Booth, Member Reel, Member Lear, and Member Wood. This brings us back to our underlying motion, and that is that the board approve R277-217 Draft 4 as amended. Let's vote. Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Booth is a yes. Member Green?
No.
Member Green is no. Member Brenton?
Yes.
Member Brenton is yes. Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Hall is yes. Thank you. Member Booth, will you restate your motion, your vote? Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, that passes. 13 in favor, 2 opposed. Those opposed being Member Green and Member Bogus. Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. The next matter is item 10.3. And this is R277-210, Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission definitions. And the motion for the board is that the board approve R277-210 definitions draft 2 on second and final reading. And with the chair's permission, I would speak to the motion.
It's been stated. Go ahead.
So the changes that were just adopted by the board for R277-217 required additions and changes to our UPPAC definitions. And if we turn to lines 102 to 103, you'll see that consensual sexual activity, that definition has now been added to the rule, as well as, I believe there was one other, page, lines 252 to 253. Recent graduate was also defined to mean an individual within 6 months of graduating or officially exiting from high school. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Earl?
I want to make a substitute motion that we adopt draft 4 that has 1 or 2 revisions in it.
There's a substitute motion to adopt draft 4. Do we have a second? We have a second. Back to you, Member Earl.
Yeah, so this is the same as what came out of committee. It's the draft 2, but was added into it that on line 43, boundary violation means crossing verbal, physical, emotional, or social lines with a student or minor. Minor is the key piece here. And as we go down for a definition later, on line 228, that here we would define minor as an individual under the age of 18 or an individual who an educator reasonably believes is under the age of 18 under the circumstances of the interaction. And so here it's just this captures those individuals that a educator believes or is engaging in conduct that may be boundary violations that that are engaging with students that are below, are from their understanding, are under 18, if I'm saying that right.
Thank you, Member Earl. I've got lights from Member Davis, Member Bogus, then Member Carey. Member Davis. And remember, the motion is draft 4 that we're speaking to.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification that this came out of committee with these minor changes. My question is on line 44. If we add the words with a student or minor, then does that preclude, responsible behavior between adults? My worry is that by adding that in, it takes the other out, presumably.
Is that, I don't know where that is. I had the same question, and I don't know if that's directed to the maker of the motion. Member Earl? Let's see here.
Yeah, and if you look just down, just below that, I mean, there's clarifications there. It says boundary violation may include the following, depending on, and it does primarily focus on students. You're saying that it could be more restrictive and not as broad. Let me think on that for just a minute, but I do think most of these are engagement with the student themselves, and that's why the provision is there.
Can we ask Director Rasmussen if that changes anything? I mean, can a educator have boundary violations against another educator? I think that's the question, right?
We already have other standards that apply to communications or misconduct that may occur between an educator and another adult, for example, a colleague. I don't consider boundary violations to be interactions with colleagues. I would consider that to be students or minors, so I don't think omitting adults here would be problematic.
Yeah, Member Davis, follow up.
Okay, so, sorry, where is that? Where do we have that where adult on adult is outlined?
There are, in our 277-217, we do have standards about communications and harassment of adults, community members.
Okay. Thank you.
I've got Member Bogus, then Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. So once again, we're in a space where we're defining the word minor, but we just passed a rule that included the word minor, and it means of lesser importance. So until we reconcile these one with another, we're now defining a word and using it completely inappropriately in multiple other rules. So when we add this definition here, it forces us to recall the one we just passed, and we're going to have to amend multiple other rules to reconcile the word minor, meaning of lesser offense.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. A question for the maker of the motion. On lines 228 to 231, I just want to make sure that I understand what's happening here, and that is this language to encompass those interactions where you have someone over the age of 18 pretending or purporting to be someone under the age of 18? Is that what this rule is meant to capture?
Yeah, I think it's meant to capture the intent of the educator, knowing that they're engaging with someone who they believe is under the age of 18, but it could be an investigation. It could be an officer related to sexual content, right? That is someone that's over, so that would be the intent. And yet the educator themselves would be engaging, knowing that they, or what they thought was a minor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just for clarity, both of us, maybe all three of us jumped on this. Okay, let's look at 217 briefly. And there might be the other, I didn't look at 215 or 211, but minor is defined in 217 is not defined, but it does in the three references that we've seen. It says with a minor student, right? And so it's referring to the individual. The second reference, student or minor, and then the third reference, student or minor. So it does not, I just want to make it, I know there is the noun and verb thing going on here, but anyway. So the motion then before the board is to adopt draft 4. We've got a light again from Member Bogus. Go ahead.
I would move to amend line number, sorry. You forced me to move my mouse, Matt. Yes, you did.
Power you have, it's unbelievable. You're moving your mouse.
Draft this one. Line number 29. And I would move that we add, which is based upon the preponderance of the evidence after 601.
Which line? Apologies.
Line 29.
Line 21 after
601, we put a comma, and which is based on a preponderance of evidence.
Okay, so there's a motion that says after on line 29 after 601 that the board add the language. Let's get it up here. Remember, Bogus, keep an eye on that screen. Sure. Member Lear, point of information.
Working on one earlier amendment, now we switched to a completely different amendment. So we did not vote on the first. Are we proposing to now vote on them all?
So the motion that is before the body is to move draft 4, and which encompasses that amendment, which was
And so now Member Bogus wants to also add more things to draft 4.
yes.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Thank you. Clarification.
Member Bogus, does that meet is that your motion?
My preference is that it would say, and which is based on a preponderance of evidence. You can put I don't know that it matters, but my motion was a preponderance of evidence. Yep.
The motion that has been presented is that the board amend draft 4 by adding and which is based upon a preponderance of evidence after line 29. Do we have second? Hearing no second, let's move on. The underlying motion then is that the board approve draft or R277-210 draft 4. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, I'm finding it.
As you're finding it, I want to not remind, this is to let the board know these rules fall similarly to what we had a discussion around 217, where this will also be part of the later discussion as mentioned by Chair Carey that came out of committee. So rules 217, 210, 215, and 211. Just a information item. Go ahead, Member Bogus.
I move to add a definition of harassment after grandma.
There's a motion to add definition of harassment after grandma. And do you have that definition, or are you
Yep.
pulling that from somewhere? Go ahead.
Nope. It would be in quotes harassment, or in quotes harass means conduct or to engage in conduct that is unwelcome, pervasive, demeaning, ridiculing, derisive, or coercive, and results in a hostile or offensive or intimidating work or education environment. Oh, do you want me to text it to you? Who's running?
Member Bogus, will you let us know when that is correct on the screen?
That is correct. Yes. I was just being respectful, Chair.
Okay, so the motion before the board then is that the board amend draft 4 by adding a definition of harassment. Yeah, it's not before the proposed motion, sorry, that the board amend draft 4 by adding a definition of harassment. Harassment or harass means conduct or to engage in conduct that is unwelcome, pervasive, demeaning, ridiculing, derisive, or coercive, and results in a hostile, offensive, or intimidating work or education environment. Do we have a second?
Second.
There's a second. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you. Well, we use this word repeatedly, but it has no definition, and it needs a definition. And using it in both the verb and the noun form, I think we've covered it all in a single line item.
Member Carey?
This would be a point of information. Is there a statutory definition of harassment?
We went to, as vice chairs are type, AAG, Beal, maybe you found, we didn't find one. We found hazing, we found bullying, cyberbullying, all the things, no harassment. AAG Beal?
Okay, typically in these codes, we've used case law definition. There is a harassment definition, but it's under like the criminal code. So,
Yeah, and the second question is, maybe this is for AAG Beal, maybe for Director Rasmussen through the chair. Intimidating work or education environment. Is there a legal distinction between those two areas?
I mean, I can give you, I think, just maybe this isn't a legal opinion, but for me, work obviously could include things like a staff meeting, things that aren't inclusive of actually being in school hours. And education environment could include things that aren't necessarily happening like during school hours, like a football game or a basketball game that's occurring after school, but is still an education environment, I would say.
Follow up. Could education environment include those occasions where the educator is not working, but on their own time? Is it broad enough to encompass that kind of behavior?
Potentially, depending on the context. I mean, if they're attending a school event, but they're not on the clock, right? They're attending a football game as a parent, but then engaging in some kind of contact, I certainly think that could rise to that level.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Member Davis?
I have a substitute motion. I move that we define harassment as aggressive pressure or intimidation. And I'd like to speak to it if I get a second.
There's a motion to, a substitute motion to define harassment as, let's just wait till we get it on the screen here, as aggressive, will you restate that?
Aggressive pressure or intimidation.
As aggressive pressure or intimidation. Is there a second? Second, Member Davis, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't disagree that we need a definition of harassment. I agree with Member Bogus. But I think this one is the Oxford definition of harassment, and it's more widely understood and known. And also, I think it covers a multitude of places and questions, just like Member Carey was asking. For example, when I worked in schools, there were times when I had to enact a disciplinary situation for something that happened totally off campus so I just think that this is the more understood definition of harassment, and it allows for all of these things that we're discussing.
Can I just ask, I don't jump in very often, I'm going to share a brief story. I know, in the zero time that we have, I was in a workroom with two of my colleagues. They are friends of mine. We are all 6'4" and above. And this 5'5" woman came in, and we were eating ribs that I had smoked the day before. And I didn't even notice this woman, but my wife happened to work with me. And later when I got home, she told me that this woman was terrified that these three giant men were eating ribs together, laughing and like cavemen, which we probably were. She was quite intimidated. Please, Member Davis.
I think that situation is different because you didn't do anything to her. She walked in and saw you all eating your food and felt intimidated, but you weren't harassing her. You weren't, saying to her, you are less than us because you're not joining in these ribs and you should eat this right now with us. Like I felt on burrito mornings when I worked with very big men and I was the only little person. I just want
to make sure, again, I'm jumping here. I just want to make sure that we are protecting. It's a difficult balance, right? Because what one perceives as enjoying a moment, the other would perceive as harassment, and that happens all the time. It really does. And I'm not using my story in particular, but it could happen. So, regardless, the motion before the board is that the board define harassment as aggressive pressure or intimidation. This comes from where, again, the Oxford Dictionary. So this is not new, or this is not something that Member Davis just came up with. I've got Member Earl, Member Lear, then Member Bogus.
Thank you. I guess I'm going off of what we did last week. We removed hostile, intimidating, abusive, offensive, and oppressive, which was previously in the rule. But then under harassment, we're adding in unwelcome, pervasive, demeaning, on and on and on. We're adding in these pieces that last week was not okay to have all these moving parts. But then we're just putting it under another title. And I guess if the argument was last week to not overcomplicate things, but then we just did it, I would be for the motion that Board Member Davis put forward, and maybe we can seek the legislature to clarify what they would like that to look like, both in this rule, and we have several rules, right? Our bullying rule and that, to make sure that we're in alignment both legally and otherwise. But the idea of unwelcome, if something's unwelcome and it results in a hostile environment, and maybe the educator doesn't realize it's a hostile environment. I just think there's some ambiguity here that we weren't willing to do last week, but we might be considering this week. I would go with the simplification here.
Member Lear?
Thank you. I think this is another great example of why we need a holistic discussion of these issues. There are multiple definitions of harassment in our administrative rules, and I, for one, would prefer the board coming up with our own definitions for our rules. So this is, in my mind, an example of why we need to discuss all these rules together, these definitions similarly, and just to your point, Member Chair, because I can't resist, harassment is in the eye of the beholder. And if you feel harassed, you have a right to be able to report that. And so I think that's another factor that needs to be discussed. There's no mention of protected classes in this. So I think this is an example of piecemealing these definitions and rules. And yes, the ship that overcomplicates things has already sailed. So we're on that, I can't think of the further maritime analogy, but we're already going down that road to mix metaphors. So that part I don't care about. I just would like to have a single definition of harassment. There's one in 609, there's one in 613, there's at least one in the UPPAC rules. There are other definitions. So I would argue for leaving this alone right now and then discussing it with the other rules. Thanks.
Member Bogus, then Member Carey, then Member Davis.
Thank you. So I would argue that this is completely different from what we discussed last week. For example, there's an and here. And the words last week were things that teachers were supposed to somehow magically wave a wand and prevent. These are things that have to meet every definition in order to be considered harassment. So I would argue against Member Davis's motion because the initial definition encompasses this where it is unwelcome, pervasive, demeaning, and where we're in a space where we meet multiple benchmarks before we start getting into the space of crying because we feel a certain way. And if we're talking about feelings, we use the word feelings in many of our UPPAC rules. So when we use this one, my concern is if you issue instruction, classroom management does involve an element of a power structure, which includes intimidation. So if we start defining harassment as intimidation and you ask a kid to move to the front row and you expect them to do it and they think you are intimidating, we're in a whole new ballgame of crazy. And so I would just argue against this motion. I don't think it's clear. I don't think it's appropriate. And it also does not encompass the word harass, which is a word we use and we need to define. Thank you.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I would speak in favor of the motion. I do like the definitions in the original motion. My concern, however, is that education environment, I'm concerned that the ambiguity would rope in educators and others who, even if they're ultimately vindicated, it would just bring them into this investigative process unnecessarily. The other concern I have is the word pervasive. Courts have long ruled that a single act can constitute harassment if it's egregious enough. And by putting pervasive, we are really saying that it has to be more than one or possibly two or three acts, and I think that's unnecessarily restrictive. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Member Davis, Member Reel, Member Bogus. I'm going to go to Member Reel. I know Member Davis, you've spoken to this. Member Bogus has spoken to this. I'll honor the lights that are on, but we don't have a lot of time today, board members. So please be mindful of that. Member Reel, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to call the question.
The motion is to call the question. There's a second. It's non-debatable. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Green?
No.
Member Hall? Sorry, one second. We're getting the voting ready. Yeah. There it is. Member Green was a no. Member Hall? Member Booth?
No.
Member Booth is a no. Member Brenton?
No.
Member Brenton is no. So that motion fails. 7 in favor, 7 against. Those against were Member Carey, Member Longacre, Member Brinton, Member Davis, Member Booth, Member Bogus, and Member Green. So we are back to our substitute motion by Member Davis, which is that the board define harassment as aggressive pressure or intimidation. I've got Member Davis, then Member Bogus, and then Vice Chair Wood.
Thank you. I'd just like to quickly read the definition in,
Point of order. That's an amendment. That can't be a substitute motion because the original motion is to adopt draft 4. So she can amend the amendment, but she can't substitute the amendment.
Sure. The amendment
Okay.
before us is that the board define harassment as aggressive pressure or intimidation.
I'd just
Go
like to
ahead.
read the one that we have in 609. It's harassment and discrimination-free learning means a learning environment which is a student is treated fairly regardless of the student's characteristics, including race, color, religion, sex, national origin, or disability, and in which a student's ability to participate in or benefit from the services, activities, or opportunities offered is not limited to or interfered with by the conduct that is physically threatening, harmful, or humiliating. So I do agree we need to get a holistic look and get our definitions aligned. And so I may not even vote for my own motion today because I think we got to figure out, but at least it's out there on the floor, and the committee that meets can know, do they want something shorter like this, or do they want to go with what we have in 609? But certainly we should probably get, some consistency and continuity. Yeah.
Okay, so for the sake of clarity, you can have substitute motion on an amendment. It was conferred. This is then, if it was put forth as a substitute motion from Member Davis, it stands as a substitute motion, although she did just speak against her motion. The motion before the board is that the board define harassment as aggressive pressure or intimidation. Let's vote. Member Booth.
No.
Member Booth is a no. Member Brinton.
Brinton's a no.
Member Brinton is a no. Member Green.
No.
Member Green is a no. Member Hall, is Member Hall back with us? Okay, that motion fails. 14 against, 1 absent. This brings us back to our underlying motion then, which is, so if the substitute fails, we go back to the motion of Member Bogus's motion that the board amend draft 4 by adding a definition of harassment. Harassment or harass means conduct or to engage in conduct that is unwelcome, pervasive, demeaning, ridiculing, derisive, or coercive, and results in a hostile, offensive, or intimidating work or education environment. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Brinton?
No.
Member Booth?
No.
Member Green?
No.
Member Booth, clarify you were a no vote. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. That fails. 13 in opposition, 1 in favor. That favorable vote coming from Member Bogus. We are back to the underlying motion, which is that the board approve R277-210 draft 4. Let's vote. Member Green?
No.
Member Booth?
No.
Member Green is a no. Let's pause for a second. Remember, Member Green is a no. Member Booth is a no. Member Brinton? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Member Brinton is yes. Member Hall is not with us yet. We need 2 more. 1 more. That passes 11 in favor, 3 opposed. Those opposed coming from Member Green, Member Booth, and Member Bogus. Chair Carey.
So I believe that we are on 10.4, R277-215, Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission, UPPAC, Disciplinary Rebuttable Presumptions. And the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-215, Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission, UPPAC, Disciplinary Rebuttable Presumptions, Draft 2, on second and final reading.
The motion has been stated. Member Earl?
Yes, just come back to me in just one moment. Sorry. I
Okay.
gotta.
Member Bogus?
I move that we send this back to the board in October because we have multiple definitions that we just adopted that are now in conflict with this rule. And until we amend those definitions, this rule is crazyville.
So the motion is to postpone to October. Do we have a second?
Second.
There's a second. Member Bogus, I know you spoke to it. Do you want to speak more?
Thank you, Chair. I just don't know what we're doing here. We're one right after another. We just pass one and then we pass another that conflicts with the one we just passed. And now we're in a new place where we're already in conflict, but we're going to pass this, but it's in conflict with what we just passed. It's crazyville. I don't know why we think we're doing good work here. I think we need to really think about what we're doing. Postpone this to the October board meeting, do the work that we need to do, and then move forward with it at that time. Thank you.
Member Earl?
I have a motion after we vote on this. So.
Okay. I'm going to speak against this motion just briefly. The work has been being done. I want the public to understand that this isn't something that we're just sitting down now looking at this saying, okay, let's vote, right? Work has been done for days, hours, months, a long time. A lot of work has gone into this. So I just want to make sure that the public understands that this is not just we get this, yesterday or this morning and we're voting on it now. So with that, the motion before the board then is that the board postpone this agenda item, specifically R277-215, until the October board meeting. Let's vote. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Green is a yes. Member Brinton?
No.
Member Brinton is a no. Member Booth?
No.
And Member Booth is no. Thank you. That motion fails. 11 opposed, 3 in favor. Those in favor being Member Green, Member Bogus, and Member Davis. Member Earl.
And sorry, I was trying to seek some clarification just because it wasn't, okay, let me make the motion. So I would just move that we substitute draft 3 for 215.
There's a motion or a substitute motion to approve R277-215 draft 3. Do we have a second? There's a second. Member Earl?
Yeah, so the only change here would be that, and it aligns now with the other items, which is what needs to happen, is that on line 39, engages in boundary violation with a student or minor. Student or minor is the added piece here, which goes directly to our previous question. That is sexual in nature, that is not sexually explicit conduct. So it now is in alignment.
Member Lear?
May I ask a question of the maker of the motion? We have a definition of sexual conduct, I think it is. What is sexual in nature? Is that, just help me understand how you would define, and how educators who are
So I just
needing to understand this, is it?
I just want to be clear, the only thing I'm not adding sexual in nature here. The only thing that's added is the student and minor, with student or minor. I'm not adding the other pieces,
That
but we
came
can
earlier.
get a different clarification
Sorry.
on that if you want.
No,
Okay.
enough said. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Member Bogus?
So this is absolutely not in alignment in any way, shape, or form. They might have factions of it that align, but to say that this aligns with our other rules is not truthful. It might have amendments that create alignment in blue areas, but we've got words in this that are now defined, that are now used out of context. It's not in alignment at all.
Member Earl?
I look forward to additional discussions from this body and from the general, from educators and others for that very purpose. If there are some things that need to be greater clarity, whatever needs to happen. But I think that's the process we need to go through. So in the meantime, these were minor changes, and they did that some of the changes that were brought through committee were to help us with what Katie Hall's bill was this last year. So once again, if there's some need for additional clarification, I look forward to those additional discussions.
Member Bogus?
Yet these amendments do not put us into alignment with Member Hall's bill. Even with these amendments, we're still out of alignment with the code that was adopted in 2024.
So the motion before the board then is that the board approve R277-215 draft 3. Member Davis?
Do we need to put the words and or? Because I've got to get back to draft 3 now, but
No, they're saying no.
what if you're an 18-year-old graduate? Are you still protected for 6 months? No? If you're not a minor, if you're, let me get back to draft 3.
What line is that?
Okay, so then my question is to legal folks here.
Can we get a line number that you're specifically looking at?
44, but also it goes back up to, does 39 is the part where you add in a student or minor?
Yes, so 39 has the with a student or minor as green. I believe that's the draft 3. 44 was on draft 2, if I understand correctly, and you're looking at 44 and wondering if there should be an.
You know what? I think I just answered my own question. Thank you.
Those are the best questions. Okay. So the motion before the board then is that the board approve R277-215 draft 3. Let's vote. Member Booth?
No.
Member Booth is no. Thank you. Member Green?
No.
No from Member Green. Member Brinton?
No.
No from Member Brinton. Okay. Thank you. And we have Member Hall absent. That motion passes 10 in favor, 4 opposed. Those opposed being Member Brinton, Member Green, Member Booth, and Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. With the Chair's permission, I'd like to go out of order. There is one more UPPAC rule, R277-211, that is listed as item 10.8. And just because we're doing all UPPAC, if that would be appropriate.
Please, I don't see any disgruntled looks. Let's do it.
So item 10.8 is R277-211, Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission, UPPAC, Rules of Procedure, Notification to Educators, Complaints, and Final Disciplinary Actions. And the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-211, Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission, UPPAC, Rules of Procedure, Notification to Educators, Complaints, and Final Disciplinary Actions, Draft 2.
Thank you, Chair Carey. The motion's been stated. Member Bogus.
I just have a couple questions here. If I could direct our attention to lines 117 and then move down to 130. I don't think whoever proposed this amendment really thought this through, because these things are on their face in conflict with one another. So, for example, line 117 says the investigator shall prioritize investigations over other longer pending investigations. And then it goes over and it says, but if they want to, they can prioritize these over the other longer pending investigations with no prohibition of superseding 117 through 122. And so this language on its face it's self-contradictory.
Is there who's that question directed to? And I don't know if it was a question or I know you made some comments there. What's your question and who's that directed to, Member Bogus?
Well, my
please?
question is, this just creates chaos. How can we frame this language so we don't have chaos? $117 and went through 122 and then 123 through 130. But in particular, 117 and 118 and then 123 and 124.
I don't see any lights jumping to a response, but we can take a second and review.
Is there a motion that needs a second on the table?
There is no motion right now. The underlying motion is to adopt or accept draft 2. Member Bogus put forth some questions regarding lines 117 through 122. Member Earl, go ahead.
Just a couple of responses to that. One, that investigator shall, there's a shall there and there's a may down below. In other words, we're trying to address both provisions. In other words, the pieces of the law that we were asked to address, but also that flexibility that there may be times when the investigator needs to prioritize. So it allows some flexibility in there, but also trying to get to those key things that need to happen. For example, allegations against the educator suggest an ongoing risk to students, which, you know, if we've got an ongoing risk going on, that would need to be prioritized. The second one, the case needs to be expedited to accommodate a crucial witness if there's a need for a specific witness to, for whatever reason. And then the last one, the presumed discipline would result in a loss of license of 3 years or longer. So it's trying to put some pieces in there that would create that prioritization. And then down below with that the investigator may prioritize, listing several indicated pieces there so that there is some order instead of just as they come along, we'll take them, or ones are pushed off forever. So
Member Bogus, then Member Davis, Member Carey.
So that doesn't really answer the question. So let's say, just as an example, we have allegations of an educator that suggest ongoing risk, but we have secondary allegations that create uncertainty for a community. And the way this is written, we can actually flip-flop 4 and 5. So
I know you're paused. I wasn't going to move on until...
Well, it just doesn't answer the question. These are in conflict with each other. And unless we put some sort of caveat in 5, we just present a space where we really haven't changed anything for the better. We've just created language that says we can continue in mayhem. I don't know.
Member Davis.
What seems like the shall just prioritizes that section over the may. But my question was, on lines 117 through 121, and this is probably Chair through you to Director Rasmussen, is this already practiced? Do we do this already? Do we have the flexibility to prioritize cases of greater risk? And if so, then have a quick follow-up if so.
Director Rasmussen, if you're willing.
So
Line
we have-
117 to 121.
So the attorneys on my team have used some discretion in some of these matters. It's not an adopted policy. Some of the things that have been identified as mandatory priorities have not been fixed in policy before. But we do use some discretion in prioritizing cases right now. This is just trying to make it more transparent.
Yeah. Okay. So may I follow up? So it sounds like we are doing this already and it's required in code. So this language would just add clarity, it sounds like, to what's already happening. And then my other question is, if that's already happening and investigators can use risk to kind of determine the order of investigations, then could we as board members also use levels of risk in our deliberations along with the presumptions to add flexibility to what things we do?
I'm not sure I understand how that would play out. I think you certainly, as a board member, can take into consideration risk or anything else you deem appropriate when you're deliberating cases.
Thank you. It's just something that I've been thinking about as of late. Thank you.
Member Carey?
Yeah, I have a similar concern to Board Member Bogus, which is I know that we use the word shall in line 117 and we use the word may in 123, but the way it is written is that, and I'd like to direct this to Director Rasmussen, because the discretion that's provided could result, as I read it, in the investigator giving equal priority or perhaps more priority to the items listed in 123 through 130 than over lines 117 to 122. And I know that when this language was put together, there was lots of discussion on the feeling was that the items listed in lines 117 through 122 should take carte blanche priority. And now I'm concerned as I read this that even though that was my intent, I don't know if this language accomplishes that. So with your permission, Chair, Director Rasmussen, do you see what I'm saying? Even though it says shall and may, I see circumstances where an investigator could prioritize lines 123 through 130 over those outlined in 117 versus 122.
I respectfully don't read it that way. I think where it says shall prioritize, that is mandatory. That's first priority always. And where it says may prioritize below, to me, that's subsidiary, subservient to the language above it. So I don't share that concern.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Member Lear?
I think this is another example that bears more discussion. I can read this the way that Member Carey is describing, but I also think that it's possible that there could be a very, very obscure minimal risk to students that would merit a different understanding and consideration from lines 123 down. I think this brings in overtones of criminal law in a reverse way that don't make me comfortable. And I don't need to belabor all of that for all of you, but I will be voting no because I think it's not, I think this is something that bears more discussion, both because of issues that Member Carey brings up and if that's the will of a bigger group of stakeholders, I could go along with that. But just as written, I can't go along with that, where I feel that sometimes educators are at an extreme, huge disadvantage, and I'm just waiting for the comment that says any minor damage to a child overwhelms any rights of anybody else anytime. But I feel like this bears more, there's a need for greater discussion on this.
Okay, we are at the motion, which is to, I believe it's accept draft, or the approve, sorry, the motion before the board. is that the board approve R277-211 Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission, UPPAC, Rules of Procedure, Notification to Educators, Complaints, and Final Disciplinary Actions, Draft 2. Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move to strike lines 123 through 130. Sorry, you guys, I'm sorry. Those are my classroom alarms.
There's a
I've shut
motion
them off, but they
to
don't.
strike lines 123 through 130. Do we have a second?
Second for
There's a s-
discussion.
There's a second. Member Bogus.
I think if I do think that lines 117 through 122 are good additions, but the way this is written, they're just in conflict with each other. And so if we're bringing this back month after month, then hopefully we can fix it within a month. But until such time, I think we need to strike these lines.
Member Davis, your light came on fairly closely. I don't know if it's to this motion or to the overall.
I have a substitute motion
Okay.
that we move draft 1.
There is
If I get a second, that's the one that came out of committee, and I'd like to speak to it.
the draft, just for clarity, I believe Chair Carey
Did draft 2 come out?
draft 2 came out of committee.
Okay, so let me.
The committee motion is on the, well, it was on the floor. Then we have a motion to amend by Member Bogus. So are you wanting to move draft 1?
Draft 1 has the language in both of these sections combined in a way that makes more sense. So can I just look at draft 2 really quickly?
Yes, so I'll circle.
Again?
We'll come back to you, but until then, I guess draft 2 is on, or not draft 2. The motion that the board amend draft 2 by striking lines 123 through 130. Member Davis, are you ready to move forward? It is possible to take a 5-minute break. Member Earl, are you okay with that? Okay, let's saunter for 5. We'll be back. Thank you. Board members, let's go ahead and regather. And we are removing this. Sorry, we looked at Robert's Rules of Order. A substitute motion to move a draft is not in order at this time. So this brings us back to the motion to amend, and that is that the board amend draft 2 by striking lines 123 through 130. I've got Member Davis's light on with no Member Davis, so we are going to move to Member Carey. Okay, we've got 8, and we've got online people, I hope. Okay, Member Carey, please.
No, I was going to speak to the substitute motion. I was going to speak in favor of that. But if the timing doesn't permit that, I don't have anything to say regarding the motion to amend.
Thank you. Do we know where Member Davis is? Okay, she's just out for a second. So I just want to respectfully allow her to understand, 1, we're not doing that substitute as of now, and then 2, if she wants to speak to this motion. And I don't know if we have any hands online. Okay. A question from Member Carey. Go ahead.
And this chair best probably directed to Director Rasmussen, maybe Board Member Earl. The only difference that I could detect between draft 1 and draft 2 are the language. Is it the? Could you tell me the lines that are different between draft 1 and draft 2?
Member, who would you like that? Is that Director Rasmussen?
If I may.
Please.
So lines 117 through 130 were amended in draft 2. You can see that by the change in the color coding.
And then one more question, Chair. And then Director Rasmussen, no other changes outside of those?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I was hoping that'd take a little longer. Member Earl.
So we can't make you're saying we can't make a substitute, we can't substitute this for the other.
It's not in order at the time. Again, looking over Robert's rules. So if we wanted to make a substitute motion on these lines, we could do that. But if we wanted to make
because there's an amendment, is that
yes,
why?
Yes. Yeah. So the amendment before the board is to strike lines 123 to 130. So if there were a substitute motion regarding these lines or this area, that's in order. But for the entire draft, we would need to wait to get back to.
Okay. So let's vote on this and then we can get back to. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've got Member Lear with a point of order.
I feel well, let me ask it as a question. The members that are online cannot see the board. Is that right? The voting board?
When
correct.
we begin voting.
When we vote online, when we vote with our machines,
Yes.
the members online cannot see that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
With that in mind, I wonder if we should not be able to vote verbally so that the members online are better informed about how the votes are looking.
I am fine to do that. We actually, Sybil prepared us. So if that's the direction of the board, I'm fine to do a voice vote and everybody hears everybody's vote.
I know that is frustrating. I've been online and I've not been able to see others' votes, and I like to see others' votes as I vote. So I would prefer that, even though it's more time consuming.
Okay, we will move in that direction. We're going to take more time there. So let's see if we can shave time in other areas. We've got we've got a motion before the board that the board amend draft 2 by striking lines 123 through 130. Member Davis, do you want to speak to this motion?
No, I have one waiting.
Okay. Member Bogus, to this motion?
No, considering the conversation, without objection, I would withdraw the motion.
It does belong to the body. Let's go ahead and vote on this motion, and that is that the board amend draft 2 by striking lines 123 through 130. let's do a roll call vote. I'll try to. Okay. I will start with myself here, and I'm going to vote no. I have to vote last. Well, it's too late. I've already voted. Is Member Hall back with us? Member Green?
No.
Member Earl? Member Davis? Member Brenton?
No.
Member Booth?
No.
Member Bollinger?
No.
Member Bogus?
No.
Member Kelly?
No.
Member Carey? Member Lear? Member Longacre? Member Reel? And Member Wood?
No.
Okay, that motion fails. 14 opposed, 1 absent. Member Davis?
Yeah, I have a substitute motion that the board move draft 1, and with a second, I'd like to speak to it.
There's a motion that the board move. Are we saying move or draft or accept or what's the adopt? What's
Adopt.
The amend? Yeah, adopt. So, sorry, Member Davis, what verbiage are you using here?
I think either can work
Yeah.
personally, but
So
whichever
we-
verb.
If
you
adopt
prefer.
works, that's fine.
That's
Sorry. On the other ones, it says approve. I'm just saying.
Oh, sure.
It
That's-
threw me
approve
off.
is
I
fine.
apologize. I'm wasting time.
That's
It's
fine.
been seconded. Back to you, Member Davis.
Thank you. I think if you look in draft 1, the concern in draft 2 are the lines 117 through 130, and concerns have been brought up by Member Bogus and Lear and Carey and others. And I think if we look back at draft 1 that the committee moved forward, it still is starting to address these concerns about the risk and the educators and things, but it lists them kind of in a prioritized order. Now, it has a may instead of a shall, but I think that this is probably a better place to be in for now, and then the committee can go through and decide how they want that language of prioritization to look like. But I think for now, draft 1 would be the better draft to work from as the committee is going to move forward.
Okay. So the motion before us is to approve draft 1. Seeing no additional lights, Member or Vice Chair Bollinger is going to take up voting for us. So not voting for it. That sounded wrong, but Vice Chair Bollinger, please. Yes.
Okay, Member Bogus.
And can we, do we need to repeat it? If we're not going on mics, will you just repeat their vote? So we don't have to turn everybody's mic on?
Oh,
Just
sure,
say
sure.
Bogus,
Okay,
yes.
yep. Member Bogus is a no.
It's a yes.
Oh,
She's a
sorry,
yes.
is a yes. Member Bogus is a yes. Member Booth,
Yes.
Member Britton, Member Britton,
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Member Davis,
Can you hear
Yes.
me?
Member Earl. Yes. Member Earl is a yes. Member Green,
Yes.
Member Hall. Member Hall is absent. Member Kelly.
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Carey.
Yes.
Member Carey is a yes. Member Lear.
Yes.
Member Lear is a yes. Member Longacre. Yes. Member Longacre is a yes. Member Reel. Yes. Member Reel is a yes. I am also a yes. And Member or Vice Chair Wood.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wood is a yes, and Chair Hymas.
Yes.
Chair Hymas is a yes. So that passes unanimously, 14 in favor and 1 absent.
Okay. Chair Carey.
Chair, just a point of clarification. The UPPAC rules, now that these amendments or drafts have passed, is there any further action that this board needs to take regarding the extension of our UPPAC rules and their 5-year review, or does our passage of those rules satisfy that requirement?
Director Rasmussen.
By board policy, we have authority to file a continuation with the amendments, and that's what we'll direct staff to do.
Thank you, Chair. The next matter before the board, going back to the agenda is item 10.5, R277-301, Educator Licensing. And the motion before the board is that the board,
Clarity?
oh, thank you.
Yeah, 303. Chair, does that sound?
Yep, 10.6, thank you.
Okay.
The item is 10.6, R277-303, Educator Preparation Programs. And the motion for the board is that the board approve R277-303, Educator Preparation Programs, Draft 1, on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion has been stated. Member Earl. Member Bogus.
I just through the chair, I'm wondering why we are striking lines 145 through 146.
Does that come to the committee chair, or do we have,
It goes to wherever you would like to direct it, Chair.
is there, I don't recall the committee discussion regarding that, or where that came
I
from.
think it was recommended by staff, the way the draft reads.
Yeah, Director Rasmussen. Ben, please.
I have, Malia left me a note because she couldn't be here. Oh, Malia's here. Excuse me. Can we have Dr. Height answer that?
Did you hear the please, Dr. Hyde, please, did you hear the question? Is that,
Would you like me to read?
please, Member
restate?
Bogus?
Dr. Height, I'm wondering why we're striking this language here, or, and I guess can I tell you my concern? My concern is that we say they can recommend for up to 5 years, which I believe is intended to open things up for forever and a day, but I don't know that that's the intent. But the way it would read is as long as current licensing requirements have been met. So if you have a degree that's 10 years old from another state, you apply for a license, you don't meet the licensing requirements, then that's no longer accepted. Even if you've taught in another state, I see lots of crazy going on here if we don't rectify the language. So can you help me understand it?
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. Malia Hyatt, Executive Coordinator of Educator Licensing. So this section is specific to educator preparation programs that are board approved and university programs. And so if they finish a Utah university program and meet license requirements, they may be recommended. The language that is stricken is because the 5-year limitation used to be, previous to 2020, aligned with the accreditation standard that universities required. However, since 2020, all graduates have to meet current license standards in order to be recommended. So there's no limitation on when they completed their degree. As long as they meet the current competencies, they can be recommended for a license.
So just for clarity, this isn't going to cause any hubbub with the interstate compact with teachers coming from out of state and transferring their license into the state with a recommendation from their university.
No, absolutely. The Interstate Mobility Compact allows a teacher that has a standard professional license in another state to be issued a license in the state of Utah.
Okay, that satisfies my concerns, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Davis.
Oh, I was trying to look up the code really quickly. Is the 75% in code, or is it is something that we added as a definition?
May I respond? Julie Clark, P through 12 English Language Arts Coordinator. So the 75% is not in code, which is why we're putting the definition into rule. What is in code is low rates. So our educator preparation programs were asking for what is low rates, and so it was shared with them when SB 127 was passed that low rates would be 75%. So we are just putting that into rules so that we can have that as a metric.
May I follow up, Chair? So if the program doesn't have higher than a 75%, the only thing that the force function is that they get additional support in helping students, correct? Or in helping instructors or what have you.
Chair, may I respond? Yes, they would fall into a system of support where we have a staff member that would support the educator prep programs in building their science of reading instruction in their educator prep programs to support them getting higher passage rates.
Okay, and just one last quick final. I have noticed that oftentimes when students are not passing the exam, it's due to language barriers. So, I just think we're going to have universities that have higher amounts of multi-language learners that might be in this situation. And I hope we're prepared, not just with literacy strategies, but with some, multi-language types of strategies to help.
Chair, may I respond?
Sure.
Yes. So we do have, if they do not pass the first time, there is a flex option through the Foundations of Reading assessment. And we also have micro-credentials that they can do to meet those requirements as well. So we do have alternate pathways for educators to be able to meet the requirements.
That's good. They just cost money. And the first one doesn't. The first time you take the test, it doesn't cost.
Correct.
And it's hard for a lot of these students.
Member Carey?
Yeah, I appreciate this addition. One question that I have is how many of our university preparation programs consistently or regularly fail this metric if it were 75%?
It's red. Oh. Oh, red is good. I thought it was green. Green downstairs is good. Yes, I have this. Yeah, yes. So thank you for the question. And we have about half of our university programs are meeting that metric and about half are not. And we do have, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 that are at 69%. So, and that was based off of last year's Utah Foundations of Reading assessment percentages. And so they're very close to that 75% of being able to meet that. And we also do break it out by program. So each program, so there's elementary education, special education, and early childhood education. So each of those programs need to meet that 75%. So if a university has an elementary education that is over the 75%, but say their early childhood is not, we will provide support to the early childhood educator prep programs and not necessarily the elementary because they are meeting it. So.
One follow-up, Chair. So the assistance that they get if they fall below the 75%, is that provided to the educator or to the actual system? Like, are we trying to improve the system so we're not back next year and the year after that? Or is our effort focused on this particular cohort getting them licensed?
Chair, may I respond? Yes. It is to the system. So it is the educator preparation program system. So the professors and the schools of education that we would be providing support to. We are looking to change the instruction in the system so that our educators are coming out prepared to teach our students how to learn how to read.
Those USHE folks can be a little bossy, so
Yeah.
where you're...
Yes, they can.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The motion before the board then is that the board approve R277-303 Educator Preparation Programs Draft 1 on second and final reading. Member Bogus?
I am sorry. I should have put my light on earlier. Does passage imply completion, or does it imply passing a test? Because remember, Carrie just asked a question, and then it changed my understanding of these words.
Off now. There we go. It is passage of the Utah Foundations of Reading assessment. So they, as we have teacher candidates in the education prep program, they are receiving instruction on the science of reading. And then at the during their time at the university, they will have the opportunity to take this assessment and it is based off of the passage rates of how the percentage of students that pass the Foundations of Reading assessment. That is, it is in code. Yes.
I appreciate that. It might have been a misstatement, or maybe I misunderstood. Thank you.
Okay. So Again, the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-303 Educator Preparation Programs Draft 1 on second and final reading. Let's vote.
Vice Chair Wood,
Brinton's a yes. Oh, sorry.
Vice Chair Wood is a yes. Member Reel? Yes. Member Reel is a yes. Member Longacre? Yes. Member Longacre is a yes. Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Lear is a yes. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey is a yes. Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Hall? Member Hall is absent. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Earl? Yes. Member Earl is a yes. Member Davis? Member Davis is a yes. Member Britton?
Yes.
Member Booth?
Yes.
I am also a yes. And Member Bogus?
No.
Member Bogus is a no. And Chair Hymas?
Yes.
Chair Hymas, that vote passes 13 in favor, 1 opposed, and that 1 opposed is Member Bogus with Member Hall absent.
Okay, I don't know why. We're going to go back to Chair Carey. Member Davis, you have a light on. Okay, Chair Carey, go ahead.
Next item on the agenda is 10.7, R277-723 Start Smart Utah Program. And the motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-723 Start Smart Utah Program Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-723 Start Smart Utah Program Draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote.
Member Bogus? Yes. Member Bogus is a yes. I am a yes. Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Britton?
Yes.
Member Davis? Yes. Member Davis is a yes. Member Earl? Abstain. Member Earl is abstaining. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Hall? Member Hall is absent. Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey is a yes. Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Lear is a yes. Member Longacre? Yes. Member Longacre is a yes. Member Reel?
Yes.
Member Reel is a yes. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wood is a yes. And Chair Hymas?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hymas is a yes. So that passes 13 in favor, 1 abstention being Member Earl, and 1 absent being Member Hall.
Thank you, Chair Carey.
The next item is 10.9, R277-608, Emergency Safety Interventions and Prohibition of Corporal Punishment. And the motion for the board is that the board approve R277-608, Emergency Safety Interventions and Prohibition of Corporal Punishment, Draft 3.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-608, Emergency Safety Interventions and Prohibition of Corporal Punishment, Draft 3. Vice Chair Wood.
I have a motion to amend. I move that the board amend draft 3, lines 215 through 217 to read as follows. A, a behavioral intervention. B, as a disciplinary practice. C, for coercion, retaliation, or humiliation. And D, due to inadequate staffing.
The motion before the board then is that the board, or the proposed motion is that the board amend draft 3, line 215 to 217 to read as follows. A, as a behavioral intervention. B, as a disciplinary practice. C, for coercion, retaliation, or humiliation. D, due to inadequate staffing or. Do we have a second? Second. Back to you, Vice Chair Wood. It's been seconded. Sorry, Vice Chair Wood, go ahead.
Well, I had a concern as it came out that we were seemingly saying that this could be used other than those reasons for coercion, retaliation, or humiliation. But when we looked at code, it was just a typo. It was supposed to be 2 separate lines. So that this should never be used for any of those reasons.
Member Bogus?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'm wondering why we're removing for the staff members' convenience.
Elise, is this to this question? Are you answering this question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We're not. We would just need to change the lettering. So it would be or and then E staff members.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other lights, let's go ahead and get ready for the vote. Member Earl, go ahead.
Can you give me just 2 minutes, maybe 30 seconds? 30 seconds. I just need to verify something, and it was
Okay.
taking me a minute to get to it before you, because I don't want you to do that and then me making amendments.
Go ahead and reset your light for us, and then Member Carey.
I have a 30-second question. So on line 233, the paragraph says if a student is placed, I guess, in seclusion, the school or the school employee shall provide notice immediately and not to exceed 15 minutes after use. My concern is we use the word shall provide notice. Does that mean that what if the parent cannot be contacted? It doesn't say attempt to notice, it says provide notice. So I just want to make sure that we're not setting up the LEA to do something that even with every effort they just can't do. If a member of staff could address that, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Christiane Lewis, Student Services Coordinator. Thank you for that question. The way that we're interpreting this is it's really that attempt to notify the parents. There's not a requirement that we actually reach them, because that would be very difficult, as you've pointed out. So we would be open if there's a wording change there, but the way that we're interpreting that is there's an attempt to reach them, email, phone, text, through whatever means we need to use.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I would just ask, like, if we put the employee shall attempt to provide notice.
Member Carey, can I speak to this for
Please.
just a second? And I recognize that this is out of order, but we were trying to buy some time here. But when I read this, and tell me if I'm wrong, or when it says if a student is placed in seclusion, the school or the school employee shall provide notice immediately, that means an attempt would be I called and nobody answered. If I provide notice, I take a second and leave a voicemail. That's providing notice. And so, an attempt is I call 3 times, nobody answered, they still don't know. That's how I interpret this, and I would hope that other LEAs would as well. Maybe if I call and the voice box is full, or voicemail box is full, then I send an email. But some sort of notice, we can't control when the parent gets it, but we can, as LEAs, control the notice going out. I don't know if that answer. Anyway, that's again interpretation, but please. Yeah, we can.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. That I think you worded it better than I did, and that's our interpretation as well. So thank you.
Thank you. AAG Beal, any direction?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Elise and I, Director Newey and I were just looking at that. What about the inclusion of the word reasonable?
We'll let that sit on the minds of individuals. Let's go back to the motion at hand, if we could, and let's see if we can get that back. No, there's Vice Chair Wood has a motion before us that the board amend draft 3, line 215 to 218 to read as follows. A, as a behavioral intervention. B, as a disciplinary practice. C, for coercion, retaliation, or humiliation. D, due to inadequate staffing, or E, for the staff members' convenience. Member Lear. Okay. Let's vote on this amendment. Go ahead. Vice Chair Bollinger, please.
Member Bacchus. Member Bacchus is a yes. Member Booth.
Yes.
Member Britton.
Yes.
Member Davis. Member Davis is a yes. Member Earl. Member Green.
Yes.
Member Green is a yes. Member Hall. Member Hall is absent. Member Kelly.
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Carey. Yes. Member Carey is a yes. Member Lear. Yes. Member Lear is a yes. Member Longacre. Yes. Member Longacre is a yes. Member Reel. Yes. Member Reel is a yes. Vice Chair Wood. Yes. Vice Chair Wood is a yes. I am also a yes. Member Earl. Yes. Member Earl is a yes, and Chair Hymas.
Yes.
Chair Hymas is a yes, so that passes unanimously with Member Hall absent.
Thank you. So the motion before us then is that the board approve R277-608 Emergency Safety Interventions and Prohibition of Corporal Punishment Draft 3 as amended. Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I do have an amendment that I would like to, or a motion that I would like to make on an amendment. And that is that the board amend draft 3, line 165 to read, key identified school employees shall receive comprehensive ESI training that is research and evidence-based in addition to the foundational behavior support training. And I'll speak to the motion with a second.
Okay, it's been stated and seconded. Go ahead, Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. And this is in collaboration with some of our staff that we want to make sure that LEAs know that they don't have to come up with their own training and that they can use training that is already evidence-based and research-based that's already ready to go. ESI training is very specific. We want to make sure our employees are trained appropriately in using this. Thank you.
Okay, so the addition to line 165 and 166, you can see in blue there, and that is research and evidence-based in addition to the foundational behavior support training. So we've got Member Earl, then Member Carey.
I think, sorry, this is just, I'm hoping that the research we're using is, there's just a lot of research out there that is just not sound research. I don't know that there's something more we can put in there that says sound research. That sounds crazy, but there is a lot of research out there that's perpetuating information that's inaccurate. So I don't know how we do that. I guess we just are hoping our staff just really are thorough in making sure that it's not just perpetuating an ideological kind of a thing. And maybe I'm just voicing this more than anything, because there is significant research out there right now that's showing that some of our research is not really sound. And this is in many areas. It's medical as well as what used to be a very respectable field. We've found that we're seeing some holes in there, and then we're perpetuating the narrative. And AI is not helping with that because it is actually facilitating some of this inaccuracies. But I know our staff are very thoughtful and thorough on things. I just want us to be, and I'm just maybe voicing this more than anything, that we're really cautious about making sure it's not just a perpetuation. So thank you.
Member Carey.
Yeah, question for the maker of the motion. Through the chair, what is the difference between ESI training and comprehensive ESI training?
Yeah, Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. If I can direct that to staff to help us answer that question.
Thank you, Christiane Lewis, Student Services Coordinator. So there are two types of ESI trainings. There's the foundational, and then there is the comprehensive. So in this section that you're referring to, it is talking about the comprehensive ESI training, which is the physical holds, exclusive. The foundational behavior training covers de-escalation, covers behavior interventions, and this comprehensive covers everything related to holds and ESIs, if that helps clarify.
Follow up.
Thank you, Chair. And if I may follow up, I do know that being in schools and having been trained myself, it is very important for our employees that are trained to know how to do this appropriately to decrease the risk of being injured themselves as well as students being injured. Thank you.
I recognize Vice Chair Bollinger had a follow up. That was Member Carey's question. Does that answer your question, Member Carey? Okay, thank you. Next, we have Member Davis. Member Lear.
I appreciate Member Earl's concerns and her comment, but I also feel like because of the many, all of the information that's out there, I think the board needs to look to the information that we feel like we can trust the most. We have a staff hired by a superintendent that we selected that provide, and we can find the background of our staff members. So if this is something they support and recommend, that is persuasive to me. Also, Member Vice Chair Bollinger works in this area, has a background in special education and at-risk youth, and I think that's another source we can look for. So I would prefer looking to those sources for support and believing those sources than sometimes other sources that are less certain and less dependable.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board amend draft 3, line 233 by adding, or I'm sorry, that the board amend draft 3, line 165 to read, key identified school employees shall receive comprehensive ESI training, and then here's the new language, that is research and evidence-based, and then back to original, in addition to the foundational behavior support training. Let's go ahead and vote.
Vice Chair Wood? Vice Chair Wood is a yes. Member Reel? Yes. Member Reel is a yes. Member Longacre? Member Longacre is a yes. Member Lear? Yes. Member Lear is a yes. Member Carey? Yes. Member Carey is a yes. Member Kelly? Yes. Member Kelly is a yes. Member Hall? Looks like Member Hall is still absent. Member Green?
No.
Member Earl? Yes. Member Earl is a yes. Member Davis? Yes. Member Davis is a yes. Member Britton?
Yes.
Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Bogus? No. Member Bogus is a no. I am a yes. And Chair Hymas?
Yes.
Chair Hymas is a yes. So that passes with a vote of 12, with 12 in favor, 2 opposed, those being Member Green, Member Bogus, with Member Hall absent.
Member Longacre.
Yeah, in lines 165, it says key identified school employees. What constitutes a key identified school employee?
That is up to the LEAs to decide who those key employees are. We have left that up to LEAs because every classroom, every school is structured a little bit differently, so they would be able to identify the people who are most important to have that training.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I have just a question, and then I'd like to make a motion on that line 233 with the notice. My question is, I've seen in this latest draft that we have removed, I'm looking at line 181, but it occurs in other places as well. We've replaced significant threat with immediate danger. And I think by doing that, we've lowered the standard of when physical restraint and seclusionary timeout may be used. And it's clear in the rule that physical restraint and seclusionary timeout can only be used when no other safe or effective intervention is available. So, one, and I don't know who to direct this to, maybe staff, maybe council, but did we reduce the standard by saying it no longer has to be a significant threat to self or others, just an immediate danger? Did we make it easier to place students into seclusionary timeout or to use physical restraint?
I've got light on. Here you go. Did you select that, Elise?
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. So if you go up to the definitions in 52, this was an ongoing conversation, if you recall, during the committee meetings. There is some different language that's used throughout code and throughout our rules, and we wanted to be consistent. And so in the definition, immediate danger can also mean immediate and significant threat, and both of those mean the same thing, that it is both the immediate risk of physical violence or other behaviors which are likely to cause imminent risk or of substantial or serious bodily injury. So the standard is the same. It's just the term that we're using to make things clear.
Thank you.
Okay, well, perfect. And you have a motion.
A motion.
Go
If
ahead.
we go back to line 233, and I'd like AAG Beal to weigh in on this, but after discussions, I would like to make the motion that it read on line 233, employee shall attempt notification instead of provide notice.
So we would strike provide notice and replace with attempt notification. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do we have a second? We have a second. Back to you, Member Carey.
And thank you, Chair. And through the chair, with that change, AAG Beal, does it comport with code? And do you think it clarifies the intent of the rule?
AAG Beal, if you're willing.
Yes. After looking at it, we do feel like it complies with code, and I do think the reality of it makes it a little bit more, provides clarification for those situations where actual notification might not be possible, right? A parent who doesn't have a voicemail that's set up, something like that. So I think it complies with code and the intent behind it.
Thank you, Member Davis.
I just remember when we struggled with this years ago. Is the 15 minutes, is the 15 minutes being added in to this draft? Is that after or before?
Before the notice?
The notice is pertinent to the 15 minutes, and it says 15 minutes after use. Is that after you're done with a hold? Is that after you put a child in a seclusionary timeout? Do you go back and call from 15 minutes, or is it when the child comes out of the timeout within 15 minutes, you have to let the parent know what happened?
Please.
Thank you. That is after the emergency safety intervention has ended. So it's ended and they have 15 minutes to provide that notification.
So while the child is in the seclusionary setting, your eyes are still on the child, and you're after it's all over. Man, I've been in situations like this, and it's tough, and there are no good answers on the timelines, because you need to have 4 more hands to do what you need to do, and 2 more brains. But thank you.
Yeah, your people are kind of busy, right? Yeah. Member Bogus.
So I'm going to respectfully disagree with Member Carey's amendment. I don't think it's appropriate. We have ways in our systems wherein parents can be communicated with in 3 different ways all at once. To replace that language with attempt, what is it? I tried to make a phone call when I could have got on the system and sent them a text message, an email, and a voicemail all in one, communicated and translated into their language of preference. I think notice is better. I think it encompasses the communication protocols and systems that we have in place in our schools. And I don't think it's a far stretch to provide notice. I don't think it's a far stretch. I think it's attainable, easily executed, and I think we should do that so that when these students are in these places, that parents have notification, and how they choose to do that is fine, but I don't think attempt is a good word here. Thank you.
So the motion before the board is that the board amend draft 3, line 233 by striking provide notice and replace with shall attempt notification. Let's vote.
Member Bogus? No. Member Bogus is a no. Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Britton?
No.
Member Davis? Yes. Member Davis is a yes. Member Earl? Yes. Member Earl is a yes. Member Green?
No.
Member Hall? Member Hall is still absent. Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Carey? Yes. Member Carey is a yes. Member Lear? Member Longacre? Yes. Member Longacre is a yes. Member Reel? Yes. Member Reel is a yes. Vice Chair Wood? No. Vice Chair Wood is a no. I am a yes. Member Lear? Yes. Member Lear is a yes. Chair Hymas?
No.
Chair Hymas is a no. That ends the vote with 9 in favor, 5 against, no votes being Member Bogus, Member Britton, Member Green, Chair Hymas, and Vice Chair Wood, and that motion carries.
Okay, so the motion before the board then is back to the main motion as amended, and that is that the board approve R277-608 emergency safety interventions and prohibition of corporal punishment, draft 3 as amended. Let's vote.
Member Bogus, I guess we'll start there. Member Bogus is a no. Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Britton?
Yes.
Member Davis? Yes. Member Davis is a yes. Member Earl? Yes. Member Earl is a yes. Member Green?
No.
Member Hall? Member Hall is still absent. Member Kelly?
Will you come back?
Sure. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey is a yes. Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Lear is a yes. Member Longacre? Member Longacre is a no. Member Reel? No. Member Reel is a yes. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wood is a yes. Member Kelly?
I stepped out. I want to make sure that I know what I'm voting for. Is it Member Wood's motion?
We're voting for the overall, the main motion that came out of, yes. Okay, Member Kelly is a yes. I am a yes. And Chair Hymas?
Yes.
Chair Hymas is a yes. So that motion passes with, let's see, 11 in favor, 3 against. The no votes being Member Bogus, Member Green, and Member Longacre, with Member Hall absent.
Chair Carey.
Chair, just one other matter, 10.10, amendment to board bylaw, Article 4, and that matter is slated to come before the full board at our next board meeting.
Okay. And with that, I believe that concludes your report for law and licensing. Okay. Let's move on over to our Standards and Assessment Committee report out. Chair Earl.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad we got to standards and assessment today. I was getting nervous there. We might have to do another meeting. No. Hold on just one second. This doesn't have the actual motion before us, right? Give me 1 minute. Let me pull this up. Okay, so the the motion for the board is that the board approve draft 1 of the Utah's Every Student Succeeds Act plan and forward to the United States Department of Education. And then I can speak to that.
Well, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah,
I guess we don't need a
have
second. I think you're
yeah.
right. Sorry about that. So this is this is an amendment. There's a couple of provisions of this amendment. First of all, I just want to, and someone can tell me if I'm not speaking accurately to this, but we have a number of things that related to our English language learners that are they've gone through the process of APPAC. APPAC's made some recommendations. It's gone out for public comment. That happened in June, and I appreciated staff. There was a trouble with one of the links, but they extended the time frame for the public comment. Then they did call the individuals related to some of the feedback to make sure they understood what their concern was, and then they also followed through to make sure that the language aligned with some of the questions they had or the concerns. They addressed those for the public, and that's what happens when we do an amendment. Then there also added provisions related to our accountability system that's different from other states. We, a couple of years ago, have this springboard and just some different provisions there. And so this just is a better alignment with what Utah is doing. Anyways, that's the motion. Of course, we, in the future, maybe in 2 months, we may waive this, right? Or these provisions, when I say these provisions, this is very specific in the accountability pieces, but maybe there's a waiver or whatever that goes into place, or maybe Congress, doesn't have the same provisions down the road. But right now, this just clarifies for what Utah is doing and asks for greater, just some clarity to help with pieces that we are engaged with currently. So.
Thank you. And as a reminder, there was a letter that was discussed and passed and sent on to those elected, federal officials as well from the board requesting the removal of ESSA. Just a reminder there in relation to this. The motion then is that the board approve draft 1 of Utah's Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA, plan and forward to the United States Department of Education. Member Bogus.
Thank you. I am just wondering if staff can tell me on page 1, is the WIDA no longer approved in this state? The way this changed, it looks like we're implying that we've not approved it. Like, I just don't understand why we're removing that language if it's still an approved assessment. Thank you.
Please, yeah.
Thank you. Chair, can I address that question? Thank you. Sydney McCarty, I'm the Director of Assessment and Accountability. Thank you for that question. No, the WIDA is still our approved assessment. And in fact, in our August board meeting, the board approved our current contract with WIDA that will be continuing until 2030. What we wanted to do was remove any language to a specific assessment. So if we decide in the future to change that contract, that we didn't have to then change the plan. So we wanted more general language in our ESSA plan and not include a specific assessment name. But for right now, yes, the WIDA assessment is the assessment we use for the English language proficiency assessment.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Member Carey.
A question probably best directed to council or staff. My question is, if we don't pass this, what happens? And my thinking is, in addition to the letter that Board Member Cole put together and passed, we also directed staff to come back with us with waivers. And to me, it might be better to consider all of this in tandem rather than pass this, then come back and hear about the waivers. So my question would be, what happens if we don't pass this today? We wait until we get the waivers and then do this together. Is that an option? Is it not an option? And if so, why or why not? Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair.
Yes, Steph.
Hi.
Sarah Whipke, Director of School Improvement. As far as timeline, when we're thinking about the waiver conversation that you all had recently, we've been working on this for about a year and a half. The waiver, if we went in that direction, is also another about a year and a half process. So if we pause this, we will be waiting another at least year and a half to get through if you wanted to send them in tandem. So just kind of sharing that timeline in that space in regard to what would happen if it didn't pass today. So currently it's slightly askew to R277-920, which you all made changes to in, I believe, May. So we'd have that conflict for staff to deal with. In addition, I don't know if there are other assessment pieces you want to add.
Yeah, as far as accountability, we do have a current plan that addresses some of the issues that we were trying to amend with this plan. Some of those things were making some changes to calculations for how our English learners are growth calculations for accountability, and some of the things that people have requested from the field as far as simplifying those calculations so that they can better understand how we are calculating growth for students. Additionally, we don't have anything in the plan for our alternate English learner proficiency assessment, which is being addressed with this. And so that's something that we don't currently have and something we want to include so that we're providing proficiency and growth. So entry and exit criteria for our alternate assessment, and we don't currently have that. So there would be some things that would be missing if we delayed this amendment to move forward at the same time as a waiver.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My follow-up question would be, so if this were to pass, would it inhibit or limit the board in any way once we get the information the board requested regarding potential waivers through the chair?
Do you have a follow-up to that?
No, it wouldn't affect that. They're two, the Department of Ed has two different processes for these, so they're separate. So it wouldn't hinder that at all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Member.
I just have a quick question. Are you saying, I'm just trying to make sure I understand, because we changed based on best practice, the feedback we got, we changed our rules. So would this require us to kind of like two reporting? Would report something to the federal government, but it would have to be based on what's currently in our ESSA plan. But then we would also have something going on in the state that would be maybe slightly different, or maybe I didn't fully understand that. I just want to make sure.
Director Webb.
I want to ask a clarifying question, if that's okay. Are you meaning in regards to the waiver process, or no? Sorry, can you? To the amendment. To the amendment. The amendments, we have something we're reporting on statewide that's in our rules and state, you know what I mean, that we've gathered information on, but then it's not been updated in the ESSA, so we would have, when we have to report on that, we would be reporting to, kind of like we already do with parent opt-out, we have two different numbers that are being reported, right? And they don't align. Sure, that's a
Does that make sense?
No, I think I thank you very much for explaining. I appreciate that. If we, if you all determined not to move through with this today, we would still have to follow the old ESSA plan, or the current, I should say, ESSA plan. So we would just move forward knowing that there are some things that are off. We would move forward because that is the one that has been passed.
Member Rell.
Thanks, Chair. Just to follow up, I had a lot of questions about this in the standards meeting when we discussed it, and a lot of follow-up questions also because I care deeply about finding ways to help our ELL or MLL students. And I had a bunch of MLL educators reach out to me, and we talked through a lot of these different changes. The idea here is that we're trying to support these students, and we're trying to assess them to understand their proficiency and how to help and support them to move forward and be considered not MLL students, right? And a lot of these changes and a lot of the adjustments in this are going to help our educators and our students a lot. And so I encourage everyone to vote for it. I definitely drilled the staff about it with a lot of questions that I had as we went through this. And I think that these changes, regardless of what we do with the waivers, which I'm sure everyone knows where I am at on that, I think this is something that we need to put in place today to help our students today that need those these guidelines. So I encourage your vote.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more lights. Let's move to a vote. The motion for the board is the board approves draft 1 of Utah's Every Student Succeeds Act ESSA plan and forward to the United States Department of Education. Member Bollinger.
Okay, Member Bogus. Member Bogus is a yes. Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Britton? Member Britton, are you still with us?
Oh, yes, I am. Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Member Davis? Yes. Member Davis is a yes. Member Earl? Yes. Member Earl is a yes. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey is a yes. Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Lear is a yes. Member Longacre? Member Longacre is a yes. Member Reel?
Yes.
Member Reel is a yes. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wood is a yes. I am also a yes. Chair Hymas?
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously 15-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Earl.
Let me get down to my head, turn my thing off, and then skim down. Okay, the next item is, I got to make sure we don't have an amendment in there, so. Sorry, I shouldn't have exited out twice. Let me get to the item number. My apologies. The motion before the board is that the board approve R277701. I think we had some amendments though. Is that right? As amended? Sorry.
There's no amendments in fact.
Okay. Let me just verify this on my, can someone verify that? I just want to make sure because it seemed like we asked for a clarifying piece on that. Oh, that's what it was. Okay. It was based on there were some capitalizations, but it wasn't an amendment. That's why I kept thinking, did we amend that? But we had the discussion, but it was something that the staff could just do without us making that amendment. That's why I kept thinking it seemed like there was something there, wanting to make sure that was right. Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board approve R277701 early college programs. It's a continuation, and then they're just an updated language in there.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-701 early college programs, draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Green?
Yes.
Member Earl?
Yes.
Member Earl is a yes. Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Davis is a yes. Member Britton?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Bogus?
No.
Member Bogus is a no. Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey is a yes. Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Lear is a yes. Member Longacre? Yes. Member Longacre is a yes. Member Reel?
Yes.
Member Reel is a yes. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wood is a yes. I am also a yes. And Chair Hymas?
Yes.
Chair Hymas is a yes. That motion carries 14-1. The one no vote is Member Bogus.
Chair Earl.
Okay, the next action item is R277324 professional paraeducator programs, assignments, and qualifications. And this is draft 1, and we're moving that for today. And do you want, I can speak really quick. There was just a reference that's no longer exists that was removed from that. So
Okay.
that's how we are.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-324 paraprofessional paraeducator programs, assignments, and qualifications, draft 1 on second and final reading. Member Carey?
Yeah, perhaps to the maker of the motion, I really couldn't pick it out. What is the biggest change that's being made to the
Line 25, we removed a reference that no longer exists to code.
Okay, I wasn't quite sure. So
Yeah, that's
that was
correct.
the change?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. And this may be best directed to Staff Chair, if I may. Do we have, as a board, do we collect any information on the total number of paraeducators that we have working in the school system? Do we collect that data from our LEAs?
I'm not seeing, I know because of the day, staff have tried to reschedule their, I wonder if this could be an offline question.
It can be. Thank you,
Perfect,
Chair.
thank you. So let's go back to the motion then, and this is that the board approve R277-324 paraprofessional paraeducator programs, assignments, and qualifications draft 1 on second and final reading. Let's vote.
Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey is a yes. Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Lear is a yes. Member Longacre? Yes. Member Longacre is a yes. Member Reel? Yes. Member Reel is a yes. Vice Chair Wood? Vice Chair Wood is a yes. Member Bogus? Yes. Member Bogus is a yes. Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Britton?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Davis is a yes. Member Earl?
Yes.
Member Green?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
I am also a yes, and Chair Hymas.
Yes.
Chair Hymas is a yes. That motion passes unanimously.
Chair, may I make note
Thank you.
that I think we only went about 15 minutes on that? I'm just saying, that's all. Even with me not being able to verify whether we had amendments or not. So
Well, I was going to say, I still compare against Member Hall's report.
I know. So I come in
Okay.
second.
So we, thank you. Thank you. We will battle that out later. Board members, we are on agenda item 5 for the day. This is the general legislative session preparation. And we also have, is there a fruit tray? It hasn't arrived yet. I've been tricked. It said 11 a.m. delivery. Sybil, we'll talk later. When that comes, just let you know, we don't have a full lunch prepared, but we do have a veggie tray and some fruit and cookies. We'll take probably 10 minutes to gather and come back. So let's move into agenda item 5.1, requests for statutory changes. And I have, I know that there have been some sent in to staff, but put on your light if you are in queue for that. I've got Member Bogus and Member Carey. And if we have a list, I don't know how many we have, but to be sensitive of dominating, be mindful of others, right? If you have a list of 25, maybe cut that back to a small few. So let's go with Member Bogus, Member Carey, and then Member Earl. Member Bogus.
Thank you, Chair. Staff has my motion. So I move that the board direct staff to work with the legislator to amend the appropriate code lines to address situations in which students have been absent for 10 or more consecutive days under the following circumstances. 1, that their parents have failed to notify the school of their disenrollment. I apologize that says absence of their disenrollment. That no homeschool affidavit has been filed. That no notice has been sent to the school. And that the parents have failed to respond from the school. And that one of the following, there's been no request for records sent, and that there's no record of that child being enrolled in another LEA. And the reason for this motion is last November, we put in a data request to talk about the number of students who have been unenrolled for the 10-day policy under 419, and that number equated to 2,700 students. And those that were found to have re-enrolled in an LEA, and I tried to search for my documentation, Director Buff can correct me if I'm wrong, is 4.2%. And that's not very many kids. And so there's no way of understanding where these young people go. Do they go into the ether? Are they being kept in cages? Are they being trafficked? Oh, well,
I'll get you back to the microphone. Let me get this before we speak to it. Let's make sure we have a second and everything's in order here. So, the motion. Okay. Well, yeah. Let's not. It's a long one. Sorry to interrupt, but please, Member Bogus, go ahead. It's been seconded. Let's go ahead.
yeah, I think that our staff can do a great job. I think that all these conditions need to be met. If parents enroll their child in the public school system, they have a duty to notify the system of their absences and their unenrollment. We are humans. We're in a human-based business, and if these kids just go and there's no communication, there's no request for records, and there's no data that says they've been enrolled in another LEA, and our systems allow for that information to come through. In the last part, it would say that they would work to amend the appropriate code lines, that a referral shall be made from the LEA to whatever agency is determined to be the appropriate agency to conduct a child welfare check. And again, I think that all of these conditions should be met. I don't think we should be impeding upon people's civil rights. If you file a homeschool affidavit, that is your business. And I think we should honor people's right to educate their children as they see fit. But I do think it's behoove of this board to address this. We have thousands, literally, according to the data request, that these conditions are met and we don't know what happened to these students. So I would appreciate the board's support, and I look forward to what our staff comes back with to amend these code lines and address this hole in our policy. Thank you.
I've got Vice Chair Bollinger. I've got Jenny. Are you speaking to this? Or are you in? I've put you in the queue. You can turn your light off if you're waiting for motions. And then I've got Member Davis. So Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. And I do agree with Member Bogus that it is difficult for a school if they don't understand that why a student is not coming to school. My question would be, and maybe this staff can help us address this, is my understanding was this last legislative session in HB 209 that the requirement for a homeschool affidavit was removed and that it's just a one-time letter of intent to homeschool. Am I understanding that correctly?
We're getting yes. I don't know if you want to elaborate, but the thing is yes. Go ahead, Member Bogus.
So if we want to change that language, that's fine, but it's not been removed in as much as if you unenroll your child, you can just not file it. Well, like I said, if you want to change that language to homeschool letter of intent, that's fine. And I can go ahead and acquiesce to that idea. But if you take your child out of school long term, you still have to notify the school with that letter of intent. You can't just child goes missing and nothing is notified to the school. And it might be one time at kindergarten for lifetime, but if your child has been enrolled through grade 3, you still have to file that letter of intent.
Member Davis.
I think a motion like this actually would be helpful with some of our situations we're having in Finance Committee where we're working on these double enrollments where, especially in this space of the UFA, where students are taking the UFA but not unenrolling from the LEA, and then we have double monies being paid for two different places.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board directs staff to work with the legislator to amend appropriate code lines to address situations in which students have been absent for 10 or more consecutive school days only under the following circumstances. I read that. Only under the following circumstances. Parents have failed to notify the school of their disenrollment. No homeschool affidavit has been filed. No notice of unenrollment has been sent to the school. And parents have failed to respond to communications from the school, i.e. email, phone, text, etc. And one of the following: there has been no request for student records, or there is no record of the child being enrolled in any other Utah LEA. In such cases, a referral shall be made to blank for a welfare check. Member Lear?
I have a question for the,
Oh, we have a correction in the motion.
Yes, and I need to express my apologies to Superintendent Nui. The absence was the right word the first time, and I misread it, and I apologize to you for even asking you to change it. Yes, because children can be gone for 2 weeks, but failure to notify is different from notice of unenrollment.
Okay.
So thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, Member Lear.
answers my question with only one minor, in the spirit of Member Bogus's desire for exactitude, that IE should be EG.
Okay. Are we good with EG? I don't know if I want to get into this, but
That is to say.
okay. So I just stated the motion. It's before us. I've got Member or Vice Chair Bollinger. Were you talking to this one, and then Member Earl?
Thank you,
I have
Chair.
a question as well.
I would
for
just
Green.
like to make an amendment instead of saying no homeschool affidavit has been filed to change that language to no letter of intent has been filed, just to make sure that it's in alignment with code.
So there's a motion. Will you restate your motion?
Sure, we want to make sure that it's in an alignment with code. So if it's let's see, because it says provide a one-time initial notification that may include a letter of intent. So initial notification. Deputy Superintendent Nui, what would be the best language there?
So may I just point of information, Chair?
Information, go ahead.
I apologize. I'm not certain, and I want to ask Superintendent Nui, does it matter because we're not asking for exact code language? We're asking for them to address a situation, and they're going to bring that code language back to us. So we can haggle over this, and I am very much so a person of the words are important. And I just don't know that it is a place where we need to get super specific right now, because our staff is going to work on that and bring it back to us.
Okay.
That's fair. I can withdraw my motion.
Okay. No motion, no additional amendment on the table then. Member Earl.
Mine would have been the same thing, as to put the notification in there, because it is different than the affidavit. And I realize you're right, they are going to go back and do that. So it's fine. Although I don't think it's maybe a little bit misleading if the public's watching, and if it goes out, but I think it's fine.
Member Davis.
It does follow in the code saying that you have to have a record. So it can't just be walking past, hey, I'm going to. So
Okay. So we have a motion before us. I'm not going to read it out again. It's on your screen. Let's vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Member Green, you had a comment. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. It's a minor question for clarification. The last line where it says, in such cases, a referral shall be made to blank for a welfare check. Are we waiting to see what word is placed in the blank space?
Member Bogus, I believe that's to you.
So the answer to that is yes. So in some communities, this would be DCFS. In other more remote communities, it might be to their sheriff or their police officer. And I just would love to know what the appropriate code lines are, where we find a place that this fits, and how our representative body in the Utah Congress wants to deal with that. I'm just trying to make a process and a pathway to make sure that when thousands of kids go unaccounted for, we're doing our due diligence to ensure their safety, and that's all. Does that answer Member Green's question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Member Green. Member Earl.
Yeah, I'm going to vote for this, but I think there's some provisions in here, and I'd like to see how it looks in code before I just want to be clear to the public before I would support this moving to as far as legislation, but I'm interested in what this might look like. So I just want to be really clear. I'm not for all these ideas, but I would be interested in the language. So.
Okay. Seeing no additional lights, let's vote.
Member Bogus? Yes. Member Bogus is a yes. Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Britton?
Yes.
Member Davis? Yes. Member Davis is a yes. Member Earl? Yes. Member Earl is a yes. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Carey? Member Carey is a yes. Member Lear? Yes. Member Lear is a yes. Member Longacre? Yes. Member Longacre is a yes. Member Reel? Member Reel is a yes. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
I am also a yes. Chair Hymas?
Yes.
Chair Hymas is a yes, so that motion carries unanimously.
Okay, next in the queue, I had Member Carey, but I'm not sure if you were wanting me to circle back. Member Carey.
And so, Chair, I don't know if we need more information because we're just generating a list of potential priorities, correct?
I believe so. At least help us understand this process again.
So this is for statutory requests. So this is for changes to be made in code that do not require funding changes or additional appropriations. So typically that process goes, first we take it to the Education Interim Committee, our list. They hear those lists of requests. Some they'll put into a committee bill, like last year, Perucci ran a bill that had like 8 different changes to code. If it's not picked up by the Education Interim Committee, then typically policy staff then works with individual legislators to try and get that in other bills. Statutory changes are great because we can make those, you guys can suggest those all the way from now up until the end of the legislative session. There isn't a timeline like there is for funding requests.
And with that, then, I would like to make a motion. And that motion would be that we direct staff to work with legislators on potential amendments to the appropriate Utah code to include a member of the USBE board on the USHE board. And then with permission, I would like to speak to that. And if I could amend a voting member on the USHE board.
Okay, so the proposed motion is that the board direct staff to work with the legislature on potential amendments to the appropriate Utah code to include a member of the USBE board as a voting member on the USHE board. Is that correct, Member Carey?
Yes, sir.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Back to you, Member Carey.
Thank you. And, we just had a rule where we discussed our teacher educator programs, and those are all administered by USHE schools. And they're training the educators who teach the students in our K through 12 program. And it would be nice just for that to have not only a say, but a vote in how that policy comes about. And then in law and licensing, we just this month considered the first credential program, the Catalyst centers, the list that we have to include of approved programs for the first credential program. So we see this increasing joining of USHE responsibilities and USBE responsibilities. And I think because of that, and what I see as more engagement and required by law, right? I don't know if USHE is asking for this or perhaps even we are, but I know the law requires it. I think that in order to best represent the students and the parents that we have responsibility for, to not only have a seat on USHE, but have that be a voting member. And having sat on the state charter school board as a non-voting member, there is a big difference between having a seat and being a voting member of a body. Thank you, Chair.
Member Davis.
Yeah, I like this. I think it would be helpful to have a voice with USHE. Two things. One is that we used to have a non-voting member, two non-voting members from the USHE board on this board to do the very same thing that you are suggesting, and those were taken away some few years before I got on this board. So, I mean, I would suggest that too, but you probably can't get too big too fast. Maybe you just start with this request. The second thing is, I'm able to resolve most of my parents' concerns. When they come to me, I go to the school, I work it out with the teacher, the principal, the LEA, whatever the problem is. Policy, the only parent concerns that I feel like I haven't been able to really get resolved are problems with USHE type problems with like regent scholarships and different things. And it's just been much harder communicating with that regard, even though I tried and talked to some people, but there's not really a need. So I think this would be really helpful to streamline communication if we're really looking at a full education system.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board directs staff to work with the legislature on potential amendments to the appropriate Utah code to include a member of the USBE board as a voting member on the USHE board, USHE board. Let's vote.
Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Member Reel? Member
Yes.
Reel is a yes. Member Longacre? Member Longacre is a yes. Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Lear is a yes. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey is a yes. Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Hall?
Yes.
Member Green?
Yes.
Member Earl? Yes. Member Earl is a yes. Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Davis is a yes. Member Britton?
Yes.
Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Bogus?
Yes.
I am also a yes. Chair Hymas?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Next in the queue, I've got Member Earl, and then Member Kelly. Are you in the queue as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can turn your light off. I'll put you down. So Member Earl, go ahead.
Yeah, this is with the voted and board local levy, and I'm going to throw a motion out there. I'll send it. Who's doing who am I sending it to? Elise. And then we can argue back and forth. There's all kinds of graphs and everything in your backup. This is just my recommendation based on just some of the information I have, and I can speak to that. So let me send this on. Sorry, before money is budgeted. Okay, here it comes. And it takes about 30 seconds to get there. So my motion would be this, is that the increments are reduced from 20 to 15. That's one. That the amount of money per guarantee is capped, and I'm not sure what that cap would need to be. That it's not, we just don't automatically, the savings from the reducing it to the 15, I would recommend that money goes into the at-risk WPU. So it is benefiting our students in need. And I'm not sure how that falls out though. That I know Dell's been awesome to kind of help us work through this.
Member Earl, let's get a motion.
Yeah.
I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Let's get that
right there.
motion put together, and then we'll
Okay.
see if it gets a second, and then we can.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Thanks.
No, you're good.
Okay. We'll see if we can.
Just want to make sure it's correct on the screen here. If you'll read through that.
Yeah, if you can put it in the. need to be is budgeted, but sorry, it was a quick hurry and I'm like, if it better have a motion out there than it is to try to move each of those moving parts. And then if people want to adjust those or if we want additional information on those.
Is this correct then?
Yeah. To reduce the guarantee to 15 increments. That's from the 20.
So if you will,
Sorry, I
read
need a
out,
second.
no, you're fine.
Okay.
Read out your motion as it's on screen.
So this has
you'll
to,
have it. We'll
yep,
seek
this
a
has to do with
second.
the voted and board local levy. And it's 1, to reduce the guarantee to 15 increments. 2, cap the guarantee amount to a certain amount. And I'm not sure where that would need to fall. That's something we need to play with a little bit. And then use the additional money that used to be going fully into this for that guarantee to increase the at-risk WPU funding. And then 3, under the Truth in Taxation Code, require truth in taxation take place before the money is budgeted for. So you can't.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Yep.
Second.
Okay. Member Earl, please.
Yes. Just. Oh yeah.
Point of information, Member Carey.
This talks about use of additional funding. I thought this part of our meeting was just for those requests that didn't involve funding. And I just want to make sure that it's appropriately before us at this time.
This is we're on 5.1 request for statutory changes. There are, and this kind of bleeds in. I know, right?
It's not a definite yes and a definite no. But I was just buying time for board member Hall to get situated.
This is not a request for funding. So let me just be clear on that.
Understood.
So.
I just want to make sure that it's before us appropriately. So if I could ask staff or council, Chair.
Elise.
Thank you. My understanding is that the goal of this would be funding neutral, that it wouldn't change the appropriation, and so therefore it would just be a code change and a statutory request.
Thank you. So the motion has been stated, it's been seconded. Now Member Earl is going to speak to her motion.
Yeah, going from the 20 increments to the 15, it still requires that local input, and I still think we probably need to, the tax code needs to be looked at, because I think we're actually, my question was, I don't think local constituents that are paying property taxes know the difference between a state share and a local share. They don't know the difference. So moving it down to the 20, there were a number of entities that increased their increments this year and their taxes on their constituents and just said we have to, or we can't get the money that the state has appropriated for this. So that's 1. 2 would be cap the guarantee to a certain amount, meaning that the guarantee, there's amount going into that, but if we capped it at a certain amount and the difference to go into the at-risk WPU, which would help to better fund that, there's been a promise that would get so much WPU by 2030 or whatever it is. This would allow the acceleration of that at-risk program. And then number 3, under the Truth in Taxation Code, require truth in taxation take place before the money is budgeted. In other words, what happens often, and I've seen this happen a couple times this year, is that you get to the truth in taxation and it's already been, the money has already been budgeted back in June. And so they're like, well, what do you want us to take money out of? Well, it's a problem. It's a problem. Constituents are like, okay, it shouldn't be budgeted before you actually pass the taxation increase. And then after that, then it can be amended. A budget can always be amended as a supplemental. So those are my thoughts, but I'm open to whatever.
Okay, thank you.
I'm interested in seeing what it looks like. So,
Member Lear.
I have 2 or 3 questions if the maker of the motion is okay with that. First of all, what's the point? Well, let me ask this first. Let me put it this way. Have you conferred with any LEAs about how this works with their procedures and their comfort level with this?
Their comfort level?
Is this something that LEAs would support, or is this something that LEAs are
if you look in your
not going to like?
I don't know whether they'll like it or I have no idea. I didn't go out and survey people.
So you didn't survey. That's what I was asking. You did
no,
not
but I did get
consult.
a lot. You've got documentation in your backup that shows how it would
read. So just summarize for me, please.
You didn't?
I did not. Just summarize
well,
for me,
there's
please.
documents that show, because any changes to any formulas will impact people differently. So those are in there, and I don't know that I'm going to summarize them because it just depends on what district you're in. But I know this: I had considerable calls from my constituents in my communities that said, "How can I keep hearing that there's this guaranteed amount, so they're forced to raise the taxes in order to get the money we've already paid for taxes." So it is a constituency concern. This is a response to that. So it's not getting rid of money. And I think part of the reason for doing the guarantee is to make sure that certain districts that live in certain areas where the tax burden is different, and you can go through the images, right? Some you can keep a low tax, but you can bring in a lot. I just think that this helps to address some of those concerns where individuals are feeling like while the rate's going down, their tax burden is still increasing. It has not been alleviated. And so I think this tries to address some of that, specifically the 15 increments as the taxes, especially over the last decade or so, not decade even, the last 5 years, that the property values have increased significantly. This helps to bring that back into an alignment. Instead of keeping it at the 20 increments, it still allows for adequate localized taxing, but it also allows for the taxpayers themselves to have, not continually be vetted against the guarantee.
And can I have one follow-up?
Follow-up?
Please?
Go ahead.
I'm not going to vote for this right now until I do my homework and see if there is a support for this among LEAs, or which LEAs support this. But secondly, I'm concerned that no, I lost my concern. So
There's not a concern there anymore.
Not to worry. Nothing that you ever bring would be a concern. So I want more information before I vote yes on this. And I do remember. So the last question was, is this related at all to the effort of Senator Fillmore's bill to change the property tax direction, the way that property taxes would be directed?
No. At least that's not my intent. I haven't spoken to him about that. Okay. So no, that's not.
It's not related to those efforts.
Well, if you're talking the 2 years versus the 6 years, that I'm not touching that. That's something the legislature can, for the hold harmless and stuff.
That's great. Thank you for the information.
You want to go back to the 6 years?
Okay. Next, I have Member Davis.
Yep. I think I'm on board with number 1. Number 3, I'll just say I'm not, because I want to know how the money's being budgeted before I give my input. I mean, I want to know how the proposed money is going to be used. Just because the money's budgeted doesn't mean it will be spent. And if they don't get it, it won't be spent. But through the chair, can we ask the motion maker, can you talk to us a bit about number 2 and what financial impacts that will have?
If you
Member
give me
Earl,
just
please.
1 second, I just got some feedback from Dell. I just have not looked it up yet. He's suggesting cap the amount appropriated for state funds to the guarantee program to a certain amount and reallocate all savings. Okay, yeah, so I think that's saying the same. Dell has some clear language. Would it be all right if I substitute that in? It's the same intent with the body. Chair?
So you're amending your own motion here to replace 2 with that as highlighted?
Yes. Now, what was your question,
Well,
Cindy?
let me just take care of this real quick here. So there is an amendment to replace the current number 2 with the new number 2 that says cap the amount appropriated from state funds to the guarantee program to a certain amount and reallocated any state savings to the guarantee program to the at-risk WPU add-on. Is there a second to that? There's a second. And then let's just, I do feel like it does require some attention, even if Dale, who helped put this together, even if he speaks to that, and I recognize that it could be better, but we're still looking at an entire motion here. So, Member Earl, will you speak to the amendment?
Yeah, and I think his is more technically correct, but I do think it's that the guarantee program, one of the things that's happening is that gets larger and larger and larger. What's happening is that it creates more leveraging at the local area. So if it were, let's say it was $300 instead of $73, right? What's going to end up happening is it's going to coercively force localized districts, in order to get tax money that's already paid to taxpayers, to increase in order to get that $300 or per WPU, or well, that's what it is, per WPU. And then if there's the appropriated amount, so whatever the savings are for the guarantee program, that would just be put into the at-risk. I don't know. To me, I don't. Maybe that doesn't need clarification. It feels a little bit self-explanatory, but
That's fair. Is there any opposition to replacing the previous two to the new two? Again, this is not to say that you are voting for the amendment or for the motion, but is there any opposition to replacing this language? Is there any opposition? Okay. If there's no opposition, then let's reword this motion as amended. And now we can go back to speaking to this motion. So I have Member Bogus, Member Carey, Member Davis. Member Bogus, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I believe my question through you is to Mr. Frost. I'm wondering how this would impact. In particular, I'm thinking of districts similar to the Park City School District. Can you direct me to a page where I can look at that or answer that question?
Chair, if I can answer. Dale Frost, Minimum School Program Administrator. If you can show the spreadsheet, the motion, if you're trying to look at individual districts, I'd look at the first page on the document titled Vote and Board Local Levy. Sorry, they have all start with the same name. I should have, possible recommendation scenarios. So yeah, the first one here shows a 5-year phase-in of reducing the increments guaranteed from 20 to 15 and reallocating the money to the at-risk add-on. So it would show you by LEA so the net impact statewide is 0, but there's definitely impacts LEA by LEA. Does that help to answer the question?
Thank you. It does, yes. Let's move to Member Carey.
This would be for the maker of the motion through the chair, and that would be, I thought I understood what 3 was saying until Board Member Davis shared her comments. And so if I could just ask the maker of the motion, what is the issue that she is seeking to address with this language?
yeah, hopefully, let me see if I can articulate this. What's happening is local districts, LEAs, are saying, oh, we're going to get another, I don't know, let's say $2 million, right, from the truth in taxation that is taking place in August, but they're budgeting that $2 million in their budget for June. So what's happening is when they get to the truth in taxation, they're saying, well, we've already hired 5 people for this, so we've got to pass this, we've got to vote on this for the truth in tax. We've got to vote for the tax increase. Does that make sense? So the tax increase is not voted on until later, but they've budgeted the money before.
No, and I understand that perhaps we don't want them taking action on money that they don't necessarily have. But to Board Member Davis's question, what about like at the Truth and Taxation meetings I attended, the local boards did outline why they needed the money and what they would spend it on. And I found that to be helpful. Now, they didn't indicate that they had hired anyone or took a particular made a financial decision. But I did appreciate knowing that hey, some of this money is going to go to satisfying HB 40 and school security, and other provisions would be used otherwise. So how do we accomplish what you're looking to without punishing individuals for being transparent with their plans to spend the funds?
And just real quick, I think that what you're saying is accurate, but I think what's also taking place is the money's being pre-allocated. When I say pre-allocated, it's allocated in the budget. They'd have to go back and amend their budget because they've already, I've seen this happen where they've already spent the money or the people, and they said, well, would have to tell people, you know, whatever. What you're saying is a clarification as to where the money would go if it was approved. I think those are two different things. Where it would be budgeted if they had the money versus already approving the budget and then going through what would then just be a, you know.
Thank you. I think next we have Member Davis.
I'm just saying, they can't propose it if they don't approve it as a potential budget. I mean, they have to agree before they make the proposal that that is the budget that they're trying to adopt, and that's what the money would be used for.
Did you have an
I
additional
don't think
question?
it should be encumbered, like contracts made and signed, and now we're going to be in legal problem if, you know, that type of thing. My question is, can we go back to the screen of what LEAs are going to lose if we do this? Is this the 15 increment? Is this in backup? Okay. And then my other question is, if we move forward with this, I wish we would have thought of this a few years ago because it would have been helpful to not, you know, to offset some of these things that we've seen. But now that they've all done it and it's in place, are they going to have to now go back? If this goes into place, will it be moving forward? Or will it grandfather all the people who've done all this and put everything into motion because they're required to get the match by the legislature? Now are they going to be required to go back and change everything?
Is that to you, Dale?
Sure. I can answer the question.
Please.
So with any of these proposals, it would be going forward. So let's say there's a district that's levying 20 increments right now because of the current system, and it changes to 15 increments. As valuations increase, those rates will go down, but they would be fully guaranteed according to the new formula if they're above the 15. And so does that answer? So it is going forward.
It doesn't. They could still move. They could still go to the 20%. They wouldn't have to because they'd be guaranteed the match at 15.
Correct.
Or the additional monies.
And so where you would see more incentive, or a lot of the discussions are those who are at 18 or 19 increments, do you go to 20?
Okay.
Right? And now it'd be 13, 14 increments, do you go to 15?
Then quick last question, Chair. Then why are some of these LEAs losing monies? Why does it show they're losing money in these charts?
The answer is complex because the formula is complex. It all depends on the relative property tax wealth of the district, the population of the district, the number of WPUs. I can go through a couple examples to help you see why that is. And there are a lot of moving pieces and parts. So what any formula change in this program would do is reallocate funding amongst the districts. Whether that, and if that money stays in the program or goes to at-risk add-on, also changes, you know, the relative mix. So, you know, and so all of those things put together are what's showing you the impacts at year 5. And they're not small for LEAs. They're quite large on both the positive and negative side. for these districts. And I would also say this is for the majority of districts at the full guarantee level at both levels. It's just two different formulas. Some, depending on it, there are a lot of pieces and parts, but it's basically that under the revised formula, certain districts generate more and certain districts generate less, and they can't change that.
Okay.
A lot of winners and losers.
So board members,
Theoretically. I know it should also be.
There we go. Okay. Board members, we are in the middle of this this motion right here. I just want to put a timeline in front of you. We've been on this 5.1 for about, I want to say 35 minutes. And I would like to move on to 5.2 as well, which is funding requests. And so with these, we could spend all day doing these. And what I'm going to propose is that we finish debate on Member Earls. And then next time when we come back, I've got Member Kelly in the queue and Member Bollinger, and we'll just go from there. And if we'll just have to start queuing things up because this is going to be an ongoing agenda item. Okay. So today we're slated to end at 12:30 on this agenda item 5, the legislative session. I'd like to break for 10 minutes or so to let you guys get some snacks and just reset for a second, and then come back to legislative funding. Member Kelly, does that work for you if I put you at the top next time?
The top
Of so when we
is it in the October meeting?
Yes, it would be, yeah. And again, we're gonna see this agenda item on October, November, December. We'll continue on.
I have two.
Yeah.
And the one I would say I think needs to go on this because it was something we discussed last week.
Yeah, pull your mic over.
Oh, so
Yeah, and I don't want to, like I said, if that's not the will of the board, I'm just trying to look at time sensitive. The more we take time here, the less we have for budget. You know what I mean? We're
yeah,
just
I
trying to
have
balance.
I have two motions. The second motion, I would have no problem moving that to the October agenda. The first one we talked about last week. It's a part of what we talked about with the letter with ESSA and what we've talked about there, and I think it would be appropriate to address that one this week.
Well, let's continue on then with this, and we'll see how much time this takes, and we'll go from there. So, as far as the motion that's before us, then it's on the screen. It's that the board directs staff to work with the legislature on potential amendments to the voted and board local levy code to 1, reduce guarantee to 15 increments, 2, cap the amount appropriated from state funds to the guarantee program to a certain amount and reallocate any state savings to the guarantee program to the at-risk WP add-on, and 3, under the Truth in Taxation Code, require truth in taxation take place before the money is budgeted. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I'm wondering if maybe staff, maybe Superintendent Jones can tell me why we don't do our truth in taxation and our budgeting hearing in the same meeting in this state. In many states, they have them at exactly the same time on the same day. Is there a reason we don't do that in Utah?
Scott?
I think it's more in line with the timing of the proposals that mandates or dictates when those meetings occur. They have to have a public hearing, those types of things. I'm not really sure why is my honest answer on why we don't do it is on the same day. I think that there's been concern in the past that when you do things on the same day, if a member of the public misses that particular day, they don't get the benefit of having it scheduled otherwise. Does that help answer the question? I don't think there's really any reason why we don't do it, but I'm not aware of the history or anything along that line.
Okay, I'm going to make an amendment, if that's okay.
There's an amendment. Go ahead.
So I move to amend line 3 to say at or before, or on or before the money is budgeted. I don't know exactly how that would work, but it doesn't have to be concrete as long as the meaning is sound. And then I would like to add a fourth bullet point. To fully disclose monetary investment funds, savings accounts, etc. And then just ensure that we have on or before the money, on or before the date the money is budgeted or something like that, so that those hearings can be in the same space.
So I want to make sure that you're wanting to change 3, and typically we don't do motions like on or before or something like that. So let's make sure we get that correct.
Well, and I understand that, but we're asking for them to possibly change code. So if we say to the legislature,
I guess I'm just asking, let's get your motion on here
Okay.
instead of having staff guess what you're trying to articulate. Trying to be fair to staff, that's all. They may not see it, but
yeah, that's pretty much it.
so your amendment to this motion is to add on or before to the third bullet, but it would be after, where would it lie?
It would be before the money is budgeted, so that it would read on or before the money is budgeted.
Okay.
And I realize there should be an object to that preposition, but I don't want to fully rewrite that sentence. So
Okay.
I'll let Carol do it today.
So that's part 1 of your motion. Part 2 is add a fourth bullet point that would read to fully disclose monetary investment funds, savings accounts, etc.
Yes.
Is that correct? Do we have a second? I'm not hearing.
Second.
Okay, there's a second. Do you want to speak to that?
I understand the idea of having it take place before. I also understand that having it take place after is horrible. And this is the first state I've ever taught in where they have them on different days. Usually they're all on a singular day. They have to be published with like 30 days notice. You have to have so many hearings coming up to it where the budget is presented before the public. The public has a right to respond, but then the actual hearing takes place on the same day the budget is adopted. So I don't know why we shouldn't have that latitude in working with a legislator, why we can't even offer that. And then lastly, if we all remember the last legislative season, there was the hubbub about the $4 billion in investment accounts that LEAs are hoarding, and you know the press went crazy. Well, some of that money is bond money, it's earmarked money. Some of it is money that's in savings. But I think that a full disclosure of that is necessary at the time that these hearings are had, so that we don't have hubbub again, and that the public can understand that and they can come and ask questions at that time.
Thank you. Member Earl.
No.
Okay. Member Carey.
Okay, so I'm thinking I'm going to make a motion to divide, and if I could speak to it.
Motion to divide. Is there a second? There's a second. Go ahead.
And I like provision 2. I think the language, and I can address these when we discuss each motion if it's divided, but I'm in favor of number 1. Excuse me, I'm against number 1, but in favor of number 2, and I'd like to divide so I could tailor my vote accordingly. Thank you.
Just briefly, because it's taken us a little time to vote today, is there any opposition to dividing? Not hearing any, let's consider those divided. So we have two motions before us. We will take the first one first, and that is to add on or to line 3, so that the new language would now read, under the Truth in Taxation Code, require truth in taxation take place on or before the money is budgeted. Member Carey.
So with the language that's here, I'm going to speak against the motion because I think it defeats the amendment. I'm going to speak against the amendment because I think it defeats the primary purpose of the motion, which is to prevent the budgeting before the actual hearing. And I think the language would muddy that water as I read it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Earl, sorry. And I'm hearing from the maker of the original motion that it should read on or before the date. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's on there. Okay. Go ahead, Member Earl.
Two things. I do think one of the at least I've been told one of the reasons why it's hard to get to do the truth in taxation earlier than August has to do with the county assessor. When they get the information in spring and then getting that all updated and then getting that to the district and making sure it adheres to the practices. So that might be something worth finding out if that's one of the hindrances is for it being in August, because then they would have the actual rate. Then I think there's some time that goes into that. Just an FYI. And I do one other item. I just want to be clear. This is a starting point. We may, you know what I mean? I'm just giving an motion for a starting point. We may come back next month and go 15 is not the right increments, right? So this is just to begin the discussion so we can be thoughtful. This isn't trying to hurt someone or not hurt, right? It's none of that. It's trying to find a good balance here. So.
Okay, so the motion before us is to amend Member Earl's motion to add on or before the before in the third bullet of Member Earl's motion. Let's vote.
Member Bogus? Member Bogus is a yes. Member Booth?
No.
Member Britton? Member Britton, are you still with us? Okay. Member Davis? Member Earl? Member Earl is a no. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Hall? Member Hall is a yes. Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Carey? Member Carey is a no. Member Lear? Member Lear is abstaining. Member Longacre? Member Longacre is a yes. Member Reel? Is a yes. Vice Chair Wood?
No.
Vice Chair Wood is a no. I am a no, and Chair Hymas?
No.
Chair Hymas is a no. So that motion, 6-4, and 6 against, with 2 abstentions being Member Lear and Member Davis. Let me read those again. We have Member Britton absent.
Okay, so that motion fails. Let's move on to our next amendment, and this is to add the 4th bullet, to amend the motion to add a 4th bullet point that reads, to fully disclose monetary investment funds, savings accounts, etc. Let's vote. Oh, Member Carey.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion. Is an motion to amend in order? And so when I attended the Truth in Taxation hearings, it appeared that the individuals attending knew the funds that were out there. They were aware of are they TPIF funds and the money in those funds, but what they didn't know was the breakdown. They didn't know, out of the $400 million in this account, how much was allocated for the building, how much was allocated for retirement. And so I would just amend where it says to fully disclose monetary investment funds, saving accounts, etc., and an itemized accounting of those funds. And what I mean by that is just to give the public a better idea, because I think, right, if they are sitting on 400 million, but 356 million is encumbered, people should know that, and they should know what it's encumbered for.
Let's see if we can get a second to that. But before we do, are you wanting to remove the et cetera, or does that remain?
That was part of the original motion, and I think it was designed to keep it more inclusive. If this were going into a rule, I would, but again, I think this is just giving staff direction generally, so I'd like to keep it more inclusive.
So thank you for that clarity. The motion then is to add at the end of the fourth proposed bullet point and an itemized account of those funds. Do we have a second? We have a second. Do you want to speak to that, Member Carey?
No, I think I already addressed that. I just think providing more transparency, more illumination would be a good thing for the LEAs as well as the taxpayer.
Let's vote.
Member Bogus?
Yes.
Member Bogus is a yes. Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Booth is a yes. Member Britton?
Brinton's a yes.
Member Davis? Member Davis is abstaining. Member Earl? Yes. Member Earl is a yes. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Hall? Yes. Member Hall is a yes. Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey is a yes. Member Lear?
I'm abstaining.
Member Lear is abstaining. Member Longacre? Yes. Member Longacre is a yes. Member Reel? Yes. Member Reel is a yes. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wood, thank you. I'm also a yes. And Chair Hymas?
Yes.
Chair Hymas is a yes. So that motion passes 13 in favor and 2 abstentions, being Member Davis and Member Lear.
Thank you. This brings us back to Member Bogus's amendment. And so we are looking at this motion as amended, and it would now read to amend the motion to add a fourth bullet point that reads to fully disclose monetary investment funds, saving accounts, etc., and an itemized accounting of those funds. Member Bogus.
Sorry, I'm just wondering if, and maybe it's a direction directed through you, Chair, to Superintendent Newey, the public treasury investment funds, is that inclusive in this motion? Does it include that? Do we need to amend it to include those funds as well? Or are we all understanding that those are to be included as well?
Scott, can we ask you a question? Okay. Member Bogus, will you repeat that?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so Superintendent Jones, as this motion reads, do we need to amend it to include the PTIF or the Public Treasury Investment Fund language so that we fully understand what we're talking about?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it would actually help clarify the motion if you did add it, but then I think that's going to open it up to more discussion, because I'm not sure we're all at the same understanding of the PTIF as it relates to this particular, motion. Does that make sense? I mean,
It does make sense. Well, then, with that understanding, then I would just move to amend it to just add that language after any comma. And we can leave it up for the debate and let the board decide. Thank you. Why am I the only mic
So
that
let's
does that?
make sure that this motion is in
Don't hear that?
how you want it.
I don't know why it does that.
Here, now it won't. So, Member Bogus, will you look at the screen and make sure that your motion is correct?
Public Treasury Investment Fund. I do believe that is the right terminology. Yes. After any comma.
Okay, so the motion, the proposed motion is to amend the above motion to add the public treasury investment funds after savings accounts. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Member Bogus?
I appreciate that, Chair. I have nothing more to say. I believe Superintendent Jones answered the question, reason for the motion. We'll just let the body decide. Thanks.
Okay, let's vote.
Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Member Reel? Member Reel is a, Member Reel is a no. Member Longacre? Member Longacre is a yes. Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Lear is a yes. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey is a yes. Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Hall? Yes. Member Hall is a yes. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Earl? Member Earl is a yes. Member Davis? Member Davis is a yes. Member Britton?
Yes.
Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Bogus?
Yes.
I am also a yes. Chair Hymas?
Yes.
Okay, that motion carries 14 in favor, 1 against, that member being Member Reel.
So we are back to the amendment, and the motion is to amend the motion to add a 4th bullet point that reads, to fully disclose monetary investment funds, saving accounts, the public treasury investment funds, etc., and an itemized accounting of those funds. Member Davis.
I'm just have to speak against the motion because of the timelines of number 3. I'm not going to be able to vote for number 3, so I'm not going to be able to add this.
Okay. Let's vote.
Member Bogus?
Yes.
Member Bogus is a yes. Member Booth?
No.
Member Booth is a no. Member Brinton?
Yes.
Member Brinton, thank you. Member Davis? No. Member Davis is a no. Member Earl?
Yes.
Member Earl is a yes. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Hall? Yes. Member Hall is a yes. Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey is a yes. Member Lear?
No.
Member Lear is a no. Member Longacre? Member Longacre is a yes. Member Reel? No. Member Reel is a no. Vice Chair Wood? Vice Chair Wood, are you still with us?
Yes, sorry. I'm concerned about the timing. I'm a no. Sorry.
Okay, I am a yes, and Chair Hymas?
No.
Chair Hymas is a no. So that motion carries 9 in favor with, let's see, nope, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against, those being Member Booth, Member Davis, Chair Hymas, Member Lear, Member Reel, and Vice Chair Wood.
So the motion before us then, if we can scroll up and I'll get the entire thing and add that bullet point as I'm reading. I don't know if that's possible. The motion before us is that the board directs staff to work with the legislature on potential amendments to the voted and board local levy code to 1, reduce guarantee to 15 increments, 2, cap the amount appropriated from state funds to the guarantee program to a certain amount and reallocate any state savings to the guarantee program to the at-risk WPU add-on. 3, under the Truth in Taxation Code, require truth in taxation take place before the date the money is budgeted. 4, to fully disclose monetary investment funds, savings accounts, the public treasury investment funds, etc., and an itemized accounting of those funds. Member Davis, and Scott has a hand as well.
Yeah, I would move to postpone this to Finance Committee.
There's a motion to postpone and move to Finance Committee. I'm assuming the October Finance Committee.
Yeah, unless you schedule
I am not.
another one, a new one. I'll speak to it if I can.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Member Lear and Member Booth. Okay, Member Davis.
Yeah, I think that we need to explore this a little bit further. When we look at the one on the increments, when we lower it from the 20 to the 15, I support having them only have to get to 15, but then now there are all these other complicated formulas that go into play with this, and it adjusts from there. And so I think we need to look at that holistically, what's going to happen inside the formula. Number 2, I think we need to really decide on number 2. There's $290 million in this pot. So do we want the money to go out of it when the 15 goes out and be reallocated? And then there will be certain districts that will get a big boost and others that will get a reduction. So are we sure we want that, or do we want to look at maybe keeping the money in that pot and just being allocated as if it were 20, but being done at a 15? 15 is like a gateway to get in. It's like an entry ticket. The next one is the number 3 and 4. Well, number 3, the locals don't get their assessor money until sometime in June, their assessment information. And so then our budget is due by the end of June. And so it's a very fast turnaround. So we either need to look at, are those dates necessary for things that we have to do, or can we adjust that so that they can fit? They have to give 30-day notice for a truth in taxation. So that's hard to do within a 3-week window, and you can't guarantee when the assessor is going to give you your information. So maybe we need to adjust those dates. And 4, I think, but we need to double check this. I think PTIF are the only ones that aren't already required in code. So I think we need to check that as well before we go and start working with the legislature on all of these things. I think we just need to really think through the formulas, the numbers, the dates, and what's already in code.
I've got Member Lear, then Member Earl.
Yes, I seconded this because I believe it needs more discussion. The districts I represent, one of them benefits, and not that that's all that matters, but one of them benefits, and it's really unclear. Park City's right in the middle, so I'm unclear about that, and I'd like to know more. My greatest concern as I look at this is the different pieces of it. I think that some of them are probably positive, and there are reasons sometimes that LEAs who don't benefit from these kinds of formula changes may still support them for the good of the whole or for other kinds of reasons. But the one I worry about the most is the number 2, because the legislature, if we recommend this to the legislature, there's no guarantee that we might convince the legislators that numbers 1, 2, and 4 are good ideas, but then the legislature doesn't need to send our money to the at-risk WP add-on. It could send it to some other random program that maybe creates bigger problems or work for LEAs, or it's just not something the board supports. So I can't support this in pieces when we don't have certainty that pushing for something would benefit a program that the board favors as a whole.
Member Earl?
It was my understanding that the reason why we move these forward at this time is so we can do thorough vetting, right? That for the next several months, we'll be discussing this. We'll see, right? This isn't it. We're not, okay, go out and find a legislator today. At least the last couple we looked at were that very thing. It was like, let's see what the language would look like. Let's see. But on this one, all of a sudden, it's like, oh, it's a set, right? And the reason why I put a set there is so that we had some starting point. So I don't mind if we have further discussion in finance committee. I do mind if it's going back just to stall or to put it off. If that's the intent, then I'm not for that. If the intent is to ask some deeper questions and look at, because everything we do is the winners and losers. I mean, even this last year with changing from 6 to 2, you had winners and losers, so to speak, but it probably was a good thing not to keep. Anyway, I don't know. I won't go on with that. But that is my point, is I feel like this is a starting point and we have to start somewhere. That's why I picked this. Whether it's the right balance, I don't know. We'll find out as we move forward. So I'm fine if it goes back, but I don't want it not to be addressed. So whatever we need to do for that.
Member Bogus?
I just would speak against this motion, similar to Member Earl's thoughts. We're talking about potential amendments, and our staff is going to bring those back to us, and we're going to vote on them again. I think that this has enough time to get the process started, and then to move forward in the process. And I just don't think delaying it 2 weeks is helpful, because it'll go to committee, and then it'll be November before the board sees this again. So I would just speak against the motion.
Member Carey?
I just want to let Board Member Davis know the word used was if. So, and to the maker of the motion, no, I was going to make a motion, but I'm not going to now. Thank you.
Member Davis?
Yes. First of all, I don't ever postpone to stall, ever, because I want to get this stuff done. And I think this needs to be addressed. However, what is being suggested is not the language of the motion. Because when we make a motion that we direct staff to work with the legislature on potential amendments, they start working with the legislature on potential amendments. So I think we need to know exactly what we want to ask for before they start working on the code language. Now, if we want to change the motion to say, we direct staff to work on code language changes to bring potential code language changes to bring back to us to decide if we do want to do that with the legislature. And with, I would say, all the other information that we need, like how the formulas would or wouldn't need to change in number 1 and what's already in code in number 4, etc. That's fine. I think we could support that. But to have them start working right now with the legislature, I don't think would be appropriate.
Okay, so the motion has been stated. It's before us. Okay, we have an amendment. Member Davis?
Oh, can I amend? So there's a motion to postpone. I guess I'll have to make the amendment after. I mean, unless if it passes, we can address it in committee. If it doesn't, we can amend it to bring the language back to consider it before it starts working on.
Okay, so the motion is to postpone this motion to Finance Committee in October. Let's go ahead and vote.
Member Bogus?
No.
Member Bogus is a no. Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Brinton?
Sorry, is the motion to postpone?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I'm a yes.
Thank you. Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Davis is a yes. Member Earl?
Yes.
Member Earl is a yes. Member Green? Member Green?
Yes, sorry about that, yes.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. Member Hall? Member Hall is a yes. Member Kelly? Member Kelly is a yes. Member Carey?
No.
Member Carey is a no. Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Lear is a yes. Member Longacre? Member Longacre is a yes. Member Reel? Yes. Member Reel is a yes. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wood is a yes. I am also a yes. Chair Hymas?
No.
Chair Hymas is a no. So that motion passes 12 in favor, 3 against. Those members being Member Bogus, Chair Hymas, and Member Carey.
Okay, board members, that is postponed. We are going to take 10 minutes, and when we come back, we are going to jump to agenda item 6, which is readiness, improvement, success, empowerment. This is from 12:30 to 1. I'm trying to be respectful of our time and staff time, and then we can decide after that if we want to stick around and continue on with general legislative session prep. So let's set a timer. We'll be back here in 10 minutes. I believe there's snacks. Where are they at? And just in the hallway? Okay. Across from the admin conference room. Thank you. Let's take 10.
Northern Utah or out districts raised their taxes. Oh, I have read about raising taxes, but I haven't really.
It's related to the guarantee. It's because it's related to the guarantee in the code.
But they probably don't understand
And the 2 to 6 years hold
I mean, some
harmless.
of the constituents don't always understand the difference between the guarantee and that.
Right. Well, they just know the property tax is going up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know.
I'm genuinely interested in where the idea came from. If it was that, if this is
Oh, I've had numerous constituents. I've had constituents call from even Davis, because Davis.
that's fine. I just, see, I wouldn't think they would understand the guarantee. I can understand.
Okay, board members, welcome back. Let's make sure we have a quorum. Who do we need to?
Who's online?
Do we have members Green, Brenton, Booth, and Vice Chair Wood with us still, I believe. So board members, just so your awareness, we don't want to call another special meeting. So we are going to make sure that we get through our agenda items, and then we will go back to agenda item 5, and take care of what we can before we close down this meeting. So we are going to move to agenda item 6, readiness, improvement, success, empowerment. And who do we have? Sydney and Teresa. Is that right? So please.
Thank you. We're excited to come to you today to present the RISE ELA cut score recommendations from the committee that has been put in place from teachers across the state. And we're going to talk through a little bit of that process, what the outcomes of their recommended cuts would be, and then open it up for questions. So, I forgot to introduce myself. Sydney McCarty, I'm the Director of Assessment and Accountability. And with me,
I'm Teresa I'm Teresa McIntyre, the Assessment Development Coordinator.
So the process and what's required for our RISE assessments are spelled out in R277404 and in State Code 53E4303. So those are the requirements for administering assessments in RISE. Some of the key components of that rule and code are that the assessment is a computer adaptive assessment and that it's aligned to our Utah state standards. So because on our next slide, you'll see the process that the new ELA standards were approved in April of 2023. And so we went through the process of updating our blueprints to align to those new ELA standards. And part of the process with updating our blueprints was to review what was currently in our item bank and then move forward with new development for items that would be aligned to our new ELA standards, as well as remove items that are no longer aligned to our standards. So part of that discussion was that we wanted to move forward with implementing some cluster assessments in our language arts tests. So most of our items are passage-based. They have an informative or a literature passage and then questions that are aligned to specific standards with those passages. We also included in the blueprints that each student would get one cluster, and the cluster is still a passage-based item, but it is helping the students walk through a specific content or specific standard from an easier starting point and walking them through step by step to get to a more complex ending to that issue or question. So the blueprints were updated to include one cluster for each student, as well as the other reading informational or reading literature passage-based questions. Part of the changes for the new ELA assessments in RISE were due to some changes with standards. So because in the past we had assessed language standards, and those in the new ELA standards were looped in with writing, those are being assessed on our writing assessments, which are in 5th and 8th grade on RISE. And so they're no longer part of the overall ELA assessment. So those questions were removed from the main blueprints. And the other things that were removed were any questions that were aligned to speaking and listening standards. That was because while we still have speaking and listening standards in all grades, not all of the grades had specific listening questions, listening standards to be assessed. And so after reviewing with our policy advisors and other educators, of do we want to include listening on only some grades and not other grades, the consensus was to have consistency among the grades and what we were assessing. So we were no longer assessing speaking listening standards in addition to those language standards. So those are some of the changes to the ELA assessment.
Our standard setting was held on August 3rd through 5th, and we had 3 different groups of educators from LEAs across the state, including both district and charter schools. And the teachers started by reviewing the performance level descriptors, which were written by a group of educators in September of 24, and it outlines the skills and knowledge that students need to demonstrate at each proficiency level for each standard. And then as part of our standard setting process, the educators reviewed actual items from the RISE assessment that were ordered by difficulty based on the actual percent of students that got the item correct in the spring. Then teachers were asked to consider the proficiency levels on the performance level descriptors document and the difficulty of the items themselves to determine where those proficiency cut scores should be. After individually reviewing all of the items, they discussed as a group and adjusted as needed. So they started with grades 4, 6, and 8, and then went through the same process for grades 3, 5, and 7, with the goal of ensuring that as much as possible, the cut scores were in alignment with each other across grades. So this chart provides the percent of students that would be at each proficiency level by grade. I'll just give you a minute to take a look at it. Okay. Go to the next one. Yes.
We have a question. Member Kelly Hager, Mike.
So I probably should have just done this, but if I add up all those numbers going across line 3, they would add up to 100%. And so level 3, 26.59, level 4, 18.8%. So 18.8% were level 4. If you were level 4, that's not included in level 3, right? Just, okay, clarify that.
So this slide shows the percent of students that would be proficient and highly proficient. So this is adding up that level 3 and level 4 on this slide at each grade level compared to the percent of students that were proficient and highly proficient in 2024 and 2023. So these percentages have not taken into consideration any of the USBE data rules being applied. So the final percentages would be slightly different than what is here on the screen. This is just looking at the raw data.
You have a question from Member Bogus?
So I just want to clarify that I heard you say this right. If the new cut scores are applied, this would be the proficiency levels in previous years.
No, those are the proficiency levels as they currently exist. The 2025 column would be the new cut scores with the new proficiency levels. So the 2024 and 2023 are what they actually were in 2024 and 2023.
So
with
we're
our
applying...
with the current cut scores. The
May I follow
2025
up?
would be the new ones.
So we're applying a new cut score to an already taken test?
Yes.
So may I respond? So Sydney McCarty, Director of Assessment and Accountability. Yeah, so the process has been, we had a different blueprint up through from 2014 until 2024. We had the same blueprint where we assessed the same things. In 2014, we brought the recommendations from the educators of where those cut scores should be. So we've had those consistent the last 10 years. With the new ELA standards comes a new blueprint. So we're measuring new standards, so we need to set new cuts of where those should be. So these 24 and 23 data points are just supplied for information purposes to see from our previous standards and previous cuts, that's how many students were proficient and above proficient. And then with the recommendation from the committee of where the cuts would be applied starting in 2025, that would be how many students are proficient or above proficient starting in 25 and moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Bollinger, and then Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions, if I may, and direct them to staff. So these are the percentages. Do we have an actual cut score number that you can share with us, and what that compares to from previous years, what was decided on? Because my understanding is we were supposed to approve a cut score, but I only see percentages, not an actual score.
Yeah, so thank you for that question. We have two different options of what the cut scores could be, and they were presented to our technical advisory committee a week or two ago. One of the recommendations for the cut scores, for the actual numbers, so the range of numbers, was similar to what our current numbers are on RISE ELA. And part of our conversation, so they start in like the 400s, which is similar to where they are currently for that scale score and where those cuts should be, versus a different scale that would be on like a 1500 scale score range. The conversation that we're having right now with our technical advisors is trying to determine of those numbers which ones would be a better scale to go on. The conversation about if we have a similar scale like in the 400 ranges, would that invite comparisons to previous cut scores? And people would say, well, last year I got a 596 and this year I got a 492, and try to make comparisons between one test and the other. And there are different blueprints, different standards being assessed, including, like I mentioned, the removal of language standards and listening and speaking standards. And so we're trying to decide if those actual cut scores, being on a scale of like a 1500 scale, would help to not have the comparison from one test to the other test.
Yeah, just one more follow-up. So when we're looking at data, it's very nuanced and it has lots of different meanings. And I think sometimes the public doesn't quite understand what these percentages are saying. So I've heard some people say, oh, only 42% of our students can read because of these scores. Can you speak to what a performance level descriptor actually means, and what this in context means as far as what our students can and cannot do?
The proficiency levels of 3 and 4 are just indicating the level that the student is able to approach the standards. So if you are at a level 3 or 4, then you are able to read that grade level text at a higher, deeper DOK, or depth of knowledge, and have a deeper understanding of complex text. If you're at a score of 1 or a 2, it doesn't mean that you can't read. It just means that you're not able to access the standards at that same level. So if you're looking at being able to identify multiple main ideas and then identify the details that align with those main ideas at a level 3 and 4, you're probably able to do that. At a level 1 or 2, you might only be able to identify one main idea, and you might struggle to identify those details that align with that main idea.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Just so I know that I'm looking at this right. So for 2023 and 2024, those were the same standards. And so under the 2023-24, most of these grade levels were trending in what I would say is a positive direction. Right? There's some that are, we lost ground on, but mostly they're moving in the right direction. When I look to 2025, for 5, 6, those are significant drops. And what we're saying is that it really isn't a demonstration of a loss of proficiency, but rather it's a new standard. We're measuring different things. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. This new cut scores are really showing more consistency across the grade levels. It is different blueprint. We have different standards. We've removed standards that were previously assessed, and those are no longer assessed. And so it is really just showing what the current standards and what it looks like.
Chair, if I may. So my question is, and it may not be feasible because it's just not feasible. It may not be feasible because of time or money. But in order for this to be apples, apples, and apples, we would need to measure the score with the same assessment. in my limited knowledge, like that's what I would think. So my question is, I understand in 2025 we're using the new assessment, but is there a reason why we can't have a footnote or at least a line in backup that says, but had we used the same assessment in 2024, this is what the percent proficient score would be in 2025? Does that?
Yeah, I think so. Some of the things we've done in the past, like in our 21 administration, we didn't have an assessment in spring of 2020 because of COVID. So we were anxious to see how students were doing in the spring of 21, and we did include an asterisk to say, remember, like, what was happening in schools the 2021 school year, that lots of students were not in attendance, and we had a little asterisk that noted that on our school report card. And as we were moving forward with any of our reporting, as far as being able to compare how many students were proficient on this assessment, I don't know that we'd be able to do that going backwards because we didn't apply these same blueprints. Students in 2024 didn't take these items, didn't take this test. So we wouldn't be able to like go backwards and say, if they were to take this, this would have been the. What we can do is still calculate growth because we don't have to have the same measure to calculate growth. So we're still planning, our timeline is to still include growth on data gateways. So we can still take a look at where students improving or growing with their knowledge from one year to the next. So we can do that and plan to do that. But as far as the percent of students proficient, we can make a note about this is a different assessment and we're assessing new standards. Like I said, we had our other standards for 10 years that we assessed. So we could make a note on the school report cards noting, hey, this is a shift, which is part of why we're talking about the cut scores being on a different scale. So to help people visually see, there are different standards that are being assessed. It wouldn't be exactly the same as the 24 to 2014 standards being assessed.
Yeah.
Because I can see parents and others saying, wow, what happened? And so I just wanted to make sure I better understood that. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And Superintendent Hart has a comment as well before we move to Member Davis.
Yeah, I just always, and this is as much for the public as it is for board members in here. One thing that I always found myself having to remind people is that the groups that take these tests change every year as well. So you're not, we can say, well, third grade scores have dropped, but is that, you have to take it with a grain of salt because they're completely different third graders. They're not the same students over time. So they were, they went through a different experience, and especially now with the effects of the pandemic in there at different milestones. The students that were born a year before the pandemic have different effects than students born 2 years before the pandemic, depending on what their age was at the time that they were not in school for any length of time or not engaging in normal activities or sports or other things. It has affected our children. So you're going to see different effects because you're dealing with completely different cohorts of students. So it really is, I just cringe when we use test scores in different ways, to say our fifth grade scores are declining. Yes, that tells you a tiny piece of information, but those fifth graders are different from, they're a completely different bunch. So not only has our tests changed, but our students changed. It really is a snapshot in time, and we really do need to be very, very careful about how we're using any metric and really make sure that we understand. That's why you know, we're looking currently, I think it was Member Bogus, talking about making sure that when we put something out on the data dashboard that we are responsible about defining the terms that we're using and talking about the limitations. And quite frankly, it's why I'm concerned about a lot of the data dashboards that have popped up about education, because they're not, you know, data needs to be used in a very responsible and clear way. And it's something I'm excited about how our agency is moving forward, making sure that we are educating on data literacy just as often as we're putting out metrics about our students and our schools. So just wanted to mention that, just because it's just, you've got to take these kinds of metrics with a light touch. They're very complex, and it's very hard to distill and then describe them in just a few words. So thank you for your hard work on this.
Thank you. I've got Member Davis and Member Bogus. I do want to remind board members that we are midway in this presentation. This is okay. We are at questions. Okay, let's keep going then. There it is. Member Davis.
Are we still doing the Aspire literacy, or what are we doing in our, we have another literacy assessment, don't we, besides just the RISE? And does that reflect similar data of proficiency? Because it feels low, the proficiency feels low to me. Can you help?
Yeah. So I think you're wondering about the Acadience assessment.
Oh, I'm thinking of
that's
Acadience.
required,
Thank you.
In kindergarten through third grade is required. It's optional. We pay for licenses for students in fourth through sixth grade in reading as well. So as far as the Acadience comparison to our RISE comparisons, a year or so ago, there was a conversation about reading on grade level and where do we set those cuts for reading on grade level.
Yes, I remember.
And it was determined to set the cut for reading on grade level between the at and above benchmark levels, the green and blue levels on Acadience. Those were consistent with what we're seeing on our RISE. So typically if students are meeting those reading on grade level cuts that were recommended, those were pretty significantly consistent with how students were performing on RISE, whether they were proficient or not. So if a student was meeting that above benchmark level, then they were most likely proficient on our RISE assessment as well.
So you have to be above benchmark to be proficient on this.
Right. And the difference in the communication and conversation that we had at the time was the Acadience benchmark is looking at students' basic early literacy skills, and it's determining whether or not they'd be successful on the next benchmark administration, not necessarily whether or not they were reading the complexities and the depth of content or the depth of the passages and questions that we were getting at on the RISE level assessment.
One more follow-up, Chair.
Follow-up, go ahead.
People want to know how many third graders are reading on grade level. How do we answer that question?
Well, if we go back to what the board has recommended as the reading on grade level cuts, it's the above benchmark level on Acadience is what we've determined, the board has determined as the title of reading on grade level.
So we've set our bar higher than a reading on grade level. For us to be able to say they're on grade level, they need to be above grade level. We had this conversation with Acadience. It's hard to explain this to the public because then they look at this 44% are proficient. Well, 44% are actually reading above grade level to be able to get to our standard of proficiency. They look at that and think they're doing very poorly.
Yeah, and I think that's the conversation of what do the two different assessments measure of looking at, are the students meeting a basic level? So if they're meeting benchmark on Acadience, are they meeting that basic level of they're most likely or likely to score well on the next benchmark? On basic literacy skills, are you able to fluently and accurately read text versus are you able to look at a text deeply and understand complex questions, comprehension questions about that text?
Thank you. I've got Member Bogus, then Member Carey.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. So it was stated that different cohorts take this test every year, which is not necessarily true. They just take a different grade level. So if we track the grade level from, for example, percent proficient in 2024, 46.4%, then going into the fourth grade, they trend relatively equally. But if we look at the fourth grade going into fifth grade, they went down. Fifth grade going into sixth grade goes down 7 percentage points, 6 if you count the dot there. But anyhow, so you see a significant drop in every grade level except 3 to 4 and 7 to 8. And so you can trend the data. You can do that. True?
Sydney,
Yes,
go ahead.
You would be able to follow a cohort from like grade 4 to grade 5.
Yeah.
One of the things as we were looking at the outcomes after the educators recommended where these cuts would be, we took a look at what exactly the educators were doing when they recommended these cuts. And a big part of that, as Teresa mentioned, were the proficiency level descriptors. So they looked at all of the items in order of difficulty from the most amount of students getting that item correct to the least amount of students getting that item correct. And then they looked at the proficiency level descriptors, and Chair Bollinger, you asked about how do teachers know like what that means. Those are posted on the utahrise.org website, those proficiency level descriptors, and they lay out every standard that we assess and what a student would know and be able to do as a level 1 aligned to that standard. So that's a nice tool for educators to be able to use. If I'm trying to look at what would my student need to do to be proficient at this standard, and what skills would they need to be able to answer or do on a test question, those tools are available. So as far as we can follow cohorts, yes, but ultimately it came down to not necessarily looking at past data, but the educators taking a look at, on this item, what level of student would be able to answer this question. If a student who would only meet those level 1s knowledge and skills of our proficiency level descriptors, then that would be where that, like, what's the line between where a level 1 student would be able to respond to these questions versus a level 2 student. So the consistent thing is the educators taking a look at those descriptions of what a student would know and be able to do, and that's ultimately where they decided these cuts should be.
Member Carey.
Just a follow-up off of what Board Member Davis was asking. So if we use the Acadians benchmark, and instead of saying this is the benchmark, but we're going to raise the bar here, if we just use the Acadians benchmark, it's my understanding that what you're saying is that our proficiency number would go up. Is that correct? Or oversimplified?
Yeah, so if we just use Acadians, which we only require right now for students in kindergarten through 3rd grade, so we do have an overlap with 3rd grade students taking both Acadians and RISE. But if we set that cut of students who are just meeting that benchmark level, there would be more students meeting that students at benchmark according to the Acadians assessment.
So for the 3rd grade, and I don't know if you have this information or not, and if not, I'll accept an email if that's appropriate to request it. I'd love to know what the proficiency assessment is on Acadians for the 3rd grade. Understanding it's a separate test, but at least then we're using that generic benchmark, right? We're not saying it in order to be proficient, you need to be proficient plus, but rather you hit the proficient score. So do we know how that Acadians proficiency rating or assessment would compare to the 44.67% we're showing here for RISE? Oh, no email necessary.
Chair, if I may. So our 2025 end of the year data shows for our 3rd grade students who met that cut score for reading on grade level was 48.7. That is the line between students who are at benchmark, which means that they are 80% likely to be successful on future reading benchmarks, and the line between above benchmark, which Acadians determines that they are 90% likely to be successful on future benchmarks. And that's the score that most closely aligned with our RISE assessment when the study was conducted last fall.
And I understand you are walking like two tight ropes, right? And at the same time, I'm balancing dishes. So I understand this isn't apples to apples, and I appreciate the latitude, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Davis?
Do we have access to the numbers right now? You know, we set ours a little bit high at or above, but do we have numbers that are just would be the at line, or the, you know, at least half of these students are going to be scoring well?
Are you asking about RISE, or are you asking about Acadians?
I'm asking about
now?
Acadians.
We're kind of moving away
and
from,
RISE.
well, RISE is right in front of us, I believe, right? Proficient.
It is. It's just so difficult to explain this to the public that we have set our scores high, and it's especially hard to explain when on our NAEP scores we're performing really well comparatively. So I guess we just continue the narrative that we've just set a really high bar, which is fine, but we just need to know how to explain it to people.
Well, I know we had a long conversation about this. How many? I mean,
We're too long, but can I just get the number?
not here. I'm saying it was before our new board members. Remember, we had study sessions
in a long study session.
Yeah, and we had conversations about why are we choosing blue, which is what, 404 plus.
I can get my number offline if you prefer. I just want to know what the number would be if we hadn't have hit that line at or above, if we would have hit just at.
If we would have hit, do you have those off the top of your, not the top of you, but in front of you? Can you respond? Like I said, I don't want to get too far away from RISE, but if you have those available, let's share.
Yes, I do. The cuts, if students who are at and above benchmark in third grade, this end of the year 2025 was 70.5%.
70.5%. Thank you.
For at and above benchmark combined.
So
thank you. Yeah. Follow up.
Just hard to explain that versus this.
It is hard to explain. I can't remember, Sydney, did I send you an email recently saying, explain this to me again? Because my LEA is, you know what I mean? Like I hear you. I'm right there with you. I'm not happy about it either. I'd much rather say, this is what we're getting at, right? So, but we can have that conversation. We can bring all this back and have that. I don't think staff explained it well. We had Darren explaining it to us. Yeah, we can bring that back if we want to, but let's stay focused here. We don't have a motion. There is a motion in backup, but there's nothing on the table. Anything before we move forward with this? Is there anything, Sydney or Teresa, anything else that you'd like to say here? Please.
Yeah, just thank you, Board Member Davis, for bringing up the NAEP scores, because that is some of the data that our educators and that our psychometrician team had on hand to look at what were our previous ELA scores, what does that look like compared to our NAEP scores. So when we looked at our NAEP scores from 2024, fourth grade had 36% of students proficient, and eighth grade had 31%. So previously with NAEP, Utah's been considered one of the truth-telling states because we have rigorous yet attainable standards for what we expect of our students, and it is aligned with the national standards that they would see on the NAEP assessment, which we typically do well. Our state, Utah, has done well on NAEP the last couple of years. Well, that's relative, but at least better than some other states.
So Sydney, so the proposed motion that has not been made yet, but can I read this to you and you can help us understand, because we're asking questions over here. The proposed motion in backup is that the board approves the recommended proficiency cuts for the RISE ELA grades 3 through 8 assessments. Is that, maybe that's just unclear to me, but can you explain that a little bit? What are we voting on? There you go. Wait, almost. There you go.
Yeah, so the cuts would be, in this case, it would be the percent of students proficient, and then that would apply to which scale that goes on to. So whether that would be like the scale of the 400s or the scale of the 1500s. But what you would be voting on are the recommended, where the committee said we should put those actual cuts and not the actual scale of the cuts.
Vice Chair Wood. Vice Chair Wood, don't worry about responding. Watch your grandchild. Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion that the board approves the recommended proficiency cuts for the RISE ELA grades 3 through 8 assessments.
Thank you. Do we have a second? I'll second. Okay. Do you want to speak to that? You don't have to. Yeah,
I will waive. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. The motion is before us. It is that the board approves the recommended proficiency cuts for the RISE ELA grades 3 through 8 assessments. Let's vote.
Vice Chair Wood? Vice Chair Wood, are you with us? Okay, we'll go to
Yes.
member. Oh, and your vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Reel? Looks like she's stepped out. Member Longacre? Yep. Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Lear is a yes. Member Carey? Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Hall? Member Hall is a yes. Member Green?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Earl? Yes. Member Earl is a yes. Member Davis? No. Member Davis is a no. Member Brinton?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Booth?
Yes.
Okay. Member Bogus? No. Member Bogus is a no. Member Reel? Yes. Member Reel is a yes. Member Longacre? Member Longacre is a yes. Member Carey? Yes. Member Carey is a yes. I'm also a yes. Chair Hymas?
Yes.
Chair Hymas is a yes. So that passes with 13 for, 2 against, those being Member Bogus and Member Davis.
Thank you. Thank you, Sydney and Teresa. That finishes agenda item 6. Board members, here's what I'd like to do. If you don't mind, we do have a hard stop at 2 o'clock. There are other things that board members and staff need to get to. There are other meetings today. I'd like to go to agenda item 5.2, spend about 30 or so minutes on that, and then the remainder of the time we can look at 5.1 again for those additional legislative, I lost the term, legislative requests for statutory changes. So let's go to 5.2. This is draft legislation funding requests for the 26th general session. Okay. And Deputy Superintendent Jones, are you on deck for questions? And I neglected to invite Deputy Superintendent Newey to share before we started. Is there anything that you need to tee us up for here? Let me get your microphone. There you go.
Time now, though. Yeah. So, Chair, we have the process mapped out to present, but I mean, we can just jump right to the requests. Do you want to review the process again? We typically do that in this meeting. So in the September meeting, which I know is now, but
yeah,
just to get ahead of that, after your October meeting, the expectation is that you'll submit your proposals to the governor in rank order. Do you want us to do that, or I mean?
Well, if you can summarize, I know Elise we asked you to kind of give one. I don't know if you had a full presentation. We are short on time, but I do recognize that there's a meeting with the governor. There's the legislative leadership, including Speaker of the House and Senate President. They're interested, so we do want to put things forth. Scott, fill in with that. You're saying timeline. We're looking at October meeting is we've already met with the governor by then.
Right.
But that doesn't change the fact that we could bring things forth or vote on different things or rearrange our priorities even. But we
Right.
just have to have something to take to the governor. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, that would stem from this meeting with the caveat that, hey, you still have one more meeting in October before you present your final proposal in accordance with the Budgetary Procedures Act to the governor. The meeting with the governor is, I think, September 25th. So yes, it will be before your October meeting. And, we would make sure it's abundantly clear that it's still, your requests for funding are still pending that October meeting. So, but we could show them the initial list. So,
And as they come in after October, do we just update the governor?
yes, yeah. So we do that. Staff just takes that upon themselves to do that all the way up until the point where the governor releases his budget. So, or his proposal to the legislature, which is typically the last week in November or first week in December. So,
Thank you, Scott. That's helpful.
okay. Yeah, do you want to, I don't know, walk them through that real quick, or do you want me to, or?
Perfect. So we are in the Pink Star area of this process. So we have received some funding request ideas from staff. You'll see those in backup. Right now, there's really only one that is there that's in the chart. Finance Committee has also requested that staff put together full proposals for several ideas. And those are also in your backup. Again, you don't need to vote on those today because those will be taken to the October meeting where you get to rank them. Today is just if there's any other ideas that you would like staff to develop into full proposals with all of the numbers and the estimates and the details fleshed out, then please ask us to do that today so that we can have those ready for the October meeting.
Okay, thank you. Member Earl.
So the ones that staff have included in here will be on that one for October. Okay. I just wanted. And if there's additional clarification we have on those, we should just reach out to the staff members. Okay.
Board members, I'm not seeing any lights. Do we have any budget? Okay, Member Reel.
Thank you, Chair. I do have one. It was a legislative funding request that we had in 2023, and it's related to school transportation. And so I'd like to recommend adding that to the list as a funding request for the board. I think it would be a little bit different, and we can work out the details of that, of the exact number and dollar amount. But I don't know if you have it up here. Did you ever? I sent it to you. Oh, you sent it to me. Shoot. Okay. Oh, I went offline. That's why. It's pupil transportation. And it basically increases the state-supported pupil transportation funding level to an 85%. And helps district address rising fuel costs and bus driver shortages without having to redirect as much operational funding to transportation budgets.
Okay, so Member Reel, does this motion read correctly?
Is that enough in there, Deputy Jones? Okay, yeah.
Okay, the motion is that the board direct the superintendent to develop a funding request for pupil transportation to increase the level to an 85%. Do we have a second? Second. Okay, that motion is second.
Member Bogus, are you in the queue or are you speaking to this motion? Okay. Member Carey? Oh, I'm sorry. Did Member Reel speak to her? Did you speak to this
I
already?
did before.
Okay. Member Carey, please.
Yeah, I just want to speak in favor of this. I've heard from several parents this year, especially regarding transportation-related issues. I want to thank the Ogden and Weber school districts for taking those concerns seriously. But I've had several conversations with Director Litchfeld here at USBE, who quintupled my knowledge of transportation issues and funding issues, and we could do better in this area. So I appreciate the motion. Thank you.
Okay. So the motion then is that the board direct the superintendent to develop a funding request for pupil transportation to increase the level to 85%. Let's go ahead and vote. And Vice Chair Bollinger is eager to have everybody back so that we don't have to vote like this ever again, I hope.
I love electronic voting. I'm grateful for that. All right, Member Bogus. Okay, Member Bogus is a no. Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Britton?
Yes.
Member Davis? Yes. Member Davis is a yes. Member Earl? Okay. Member Earl is a yes. Member Green?
No.
Member Hall? Member Hall is a yes. Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Carey? Yes. Member Carey is a yes. Member Lear? Yes. Member Lear is a yes. Member Longacre? Member Longacre is a yes. Member Reel? Yes. Member Reel is a yes. Vice Chair Wood?
No.
Okay, Vice Chair Wood is a no. I am a yes. And Chair Hymas?
Yes.
Chair Hymas is a yes. So that motion carries 12-3. The no votes being Member Bogus, Member Green, and Vice Chair Wood.
Thank you. Next, we've got Member Bogus. And I'm going to put, so we don't have to leave our lights on, I've got Member Kelly next and Member Carey after Member Kelly. Thank you. So Member Bogus.
So I move that the board move forward the funding requests for UPPAC and BTS.
There is a motion that the board move forward the funding for UPPAC and BTS.
Yep.
And what is, for clarity? Yes. From what I understand, we voted on that in Finance Committee. That was one that we took to Finance Committee, brought it to the board, and we accepted that. So I don't know if that's necessary. It's been done.
UPPAC didn't.
Is UPPAC part of that, staff?
I
Scott?
don't believe so.
Well, okay, so in your backups are all of the board directed to the staff to put together the request for funding for your consideration. So I'm not, what do you mean by move forward? Yes, they move forward so that when you get to October, you can, yeah, it's on the list. So yeah, so it's moved forward, but it's still pending your October meeting for you to finalize whether or not you're going to put it into your proposal to the governor and in what order, you prioritize these requests.
Okay, then I would like to change my motion. I move to amend the UPPAC funding request.
Okay, go ahead.
I think we should ask for at least 10 FTE and not 2. And if we could bring Debbie Davis in, I'd like to ask her some questions.
There's a motion that the board move to amend the UPPAC funding request to include 10 FTEs. Do we have a second? Second. There's a second. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Awesome. Could we bring CAE Davis? How are you? Good.
Thank you.
Are you ready? Are you ready, sir?
CAE Davis, go ahead. You've got a question for Debbie, please.
Yeah, I would just love for you to articulate the data that you had found with regard to the number of reports received and the number of people that would be needed to investigate those reports should they end up in UPPAC and that data, because it does not seem as if this request is supported by that kind of data. I wonder if you would just articulate that to the board and then allow us to kind of query you so that we have a better understanding.
Okay, through the chair. So Chief Audit Executive Debbie Davis. The data that I can provide to you is related to the public education hotline that the internal audit department maintains. And of course, you're aware we do refer some of the concerns that come in to UPPAC, and then they would take it from there as far as if an investigation would happen or not. related, so data that I can provide, in the previous 2 legislative sessions, there have been questions about, well, what if the State Board of Education did investigations of the hotline complaints that come in? So this is a little bit different than UPPAC. So again, I'm not speaking to everything that Ben's group does or the investigations that they do, but based on the information that I have on the hotline, and grant you, I put this together based on 2024 data. We do have 2025, but I haven't run those numbers. And of course, recognizing that the board did change or amended our 277-123 going forward. So that if that changes the landscape at all. But the data that I have that we put together is that in order to investigate credible hotline complaints that came in, it would require 35 FTEs. And I can break that down if you'd like, but that's the overall number that I came up with based on the data that we maintain.
That's horrifying. Okay. I've got Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. If I may direct a question back to CAE Davis. A question. So currently these complaints that are coming in, that would be the FTE if we were investigating everything. But if we don't investigate everything, what happens to those complaints? Are those investigated back at a local level? I just want to make sure, I mean, we obviously want to make sure those are addressed and that concerns are addressed. Just want to see what happens if it didn't come to USBE.
Certainly. So right now the process under our 277-123 is that we receive a concern and then we make appropriate referrals to an entity or a section of the USBE that has authority or jurisdiction to investigate. So generally when these are coming in, if it's related to educator misconduct, which would be those specific to UPPAC, and grant you there are other concerns, unlicensed individuals, things not related to educator misconduct that would not go to UPPAC. But for any concern that comes in, we will, if appropriate, refer back to the LEA, and then they would have the opportunity to investigate. And of course, the board in the amended rule now is requiring them to report back at a higher level of detail if the concern is substantiated or not. We also may refer to other sections of the USBE, for example, special education, other student support, for bullying, those types of things, we'll refer those. So it's possible that there could be almost parallel investigations going on. If it is educator misconduct or just adult on student or child, a concern there, we refer that to DCFS as a mandatory reporter. So there are several different ways that it could be investigated. We don't have all the information about is it investigated, or if an LEA does the investigation, what was the process that has been used. We have received concerns on the hotline about those investigations, just how they're carried out, who is doing the investigation. That's probably more information than you wanted at this point. But anyway, so several entities could do investigations when concerns are received.
Thank you. Member Lear?
Thank you. I don't know if this would be to the maker of the motion or to if CAE Davis has this information, but 35 was the number I heard, but 10, how much money, well, let me preface that so it kind of sets up my expectations. An investigator is not just a live, warm body who starts asking questions. It should be somebody with some training. I would prefer legal training, frankly, or somebody that has some background. But so how much would the amount be for 10 FTEs? I'm interested what that request would equal. $2 million at the high end? Okay. And that would be of the right kind of individuals. Is that right, Scott?
Considering attorneys and what we've in the market, to pay for.
And that's even if we can find that many.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
But if I may, Chair, this offers a point of clarification. Is Board Member Spog's motion proposing 10 total FTEs, including the ones that are in front of you now that are being proposed, or 10 more above what's in your backups right now?
Can you clarify your motion, Member Bogus?
Yes, it would be 8 additional, so it would be 10 total.
Okay.
10 total, 8 additional.
One other consideration is my understanding is the proposal also includes calculations for increases in salaries for the existing positions. So, so that's where, I mean, I just rounded up, or
I got it.
so
I
roughly.
round up really well.
Thank you, ma'am.
And then kind of a related question, then I have a separate one. Would that include any training or for either educators or these investigators, or that's just flat out the 10 FTEs or 8 FTEs, as it turns out, additional? So this doesn't include training for anybody, either the investigators or existing teachers who now have perhaps some new standards.
Is that to the maker of the motion?
It took Christina, yes.
Yeah, please, Member Bogus.
So in reviewing the funding request, I did not see any of that information in there. I don't think that anyone would be opposed to putting it in there, but that information was not referenced in the funding request, to the best of my recollection, Member Lear.
Okay, and then my final question, in the interest of time, is to Debbie Davis, which would be, you said credible complaints. So does that divide out employment complaints versus licensing complaints, or does it give any deference to those that are purely LEA issues, or is that just complaints that don't sound, that sound completely frivolous? If that's okay.
Yeah, please.
So the way I calculated that number, we took our total number of hotlines and then we did an estimate that 80%, and that was based on the data. So if there was insufficient information, that wouldn't show up, but that would include other than LEA type concerns that would be included.
I'm not understanding you. Other than that, those are ones that takes away the ones that you sent to LEAs that are certainly LEA concerns. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think we drew a hard line there that, this is only LEA, because a lot of the concerns that come in, they might have an LEA component, but there could be an other component as well relating to a board concern. So
it could end up being conflicting or duplicative investigating with LEAs.
Possibly if they also investigate.
And also duplicative or conflicting with law enforcement. Is that also possible?
In the same way that a UPPAC investigation now might conflict with law enforcement? Sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Carey.
CAE Davis, you are in need of help in audit. You need more investigators. You need more FTEs. Let me ask you this. What percentage of credible complaints are now being investigated by audit?
Please, yes. I'm just, can I clarify with Member Carey? This is UPPAC, you're talking audit. Are we combining?
No.
I'm misunderstanding somewhere, please.
Let me preface that by saying the number was given that we would need 35 FTEs if 100% of all credible complaints were being investigated by audit. That was my understanding. So what I'm asking is, if it takes 35 to do 100%, what percentage are we doing today? Because you don't have 35 FTEs. So that's my question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that clarity. Debbie?
So in accordance with R277-123, internal audit is generally not investigating. I believe we've done one, and that was when the concern, actually, it was under R277-114 that we did an investigation at the direction of the audit committee. So internal audit is not investigating complaints.
And may I follow up? And but let me go back to the transportation issue. Because of Rule 123, I was given notice of some constituent concerns with transportation, which allowed me to follow up. And when I reached out to our transportation department here at USBE, they had already received that from you and had already followed up. So what percentage of the hotline complaints now are we referring out to USBE, I call them departments, and who are following up, as did, our transportation team.
Sure. I have just recently pulled these numbers because we talk about the hotline and audit committee. We have an overall referral rate for the last 5 years of 86%. So that's not breaking it down between was it an LEA or DCFS or USBE section, but the overall referral rate is 86%. So yes, the majority are being referred somewhere else to be handled. We don't always have the information on what happens after we refer. Largely we don't, but we do refer at a high percentage.
One final question, if I may, Chair. And so if our referral rate over the last 5 years is about 86%, the remaining 14%, what happens to those?
Certainly so, Chair. So either there was insufficient data, so there isn't enough to go on either to make a referral. Potentially we're able to, there could be an individual that refers or submits a concern and then says, well, I don't want you to do anything with it, so don't pursue it. If I want to do anything, then I'll pursue it myself. So there could be some of those. Some we would take to audit committee and say, we think this is a risk. And so it could be that there's an audit project that picks up some of those concerns. So there's a little bit of variety on what would happen there.
And one final question. I know I said one final. This will be my final. So if we're looking at but if there's 14% that are not being referred out, what would be the FTE demand to address that 14% that, well, I guess nothing if there's insufficient data or if the complainant says they don't want to pursue it. But to address that gap of 14%, what would the FTE demand be?
I don't know that I have a number for you, but I do know that we are completely overwhelmed right now with the hotline. And maybe if it's okay if I take a moment of privilege, this year with the hotline, the last 2 months with school starting, we are well above where we were prior year. Usually August is heavy. This year has been incredibly heavy. The volume is very high. So anyway.
And and that's why I preface my remarks by saying you need help in audit. I fully support that. And when we passed 123, you made that clear that the demands of 123 would necessitate additional FTEs. I just wanted to get a better understanding of what that need may be. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Scott, go ahead.
So just as a reminder, the board had directed that we identify critical FTE needs across 3 areas: audit, UPPAC, and superintendency. Superintendency made the decision that we wouldn't identify or create a request for funding for any additional or, critical FTE needs in any other section outside of audit or UPPAC. And so you see the 2 in there now. My concern, though, is given what we know now, which is what Debbie just articulated, what is the expectation of the board? If the expectation of the board is to, adjudicate or, run these faster, I mean, right now, with all the referrals that ops has just alone, we don't have sufficient manpower to do anything but get to each one of the referrals, which we calculate over now will take up to 2.5 years. So if we're into that space, I think a lot of times, we have to understand what problem we're trying to solve when we identify, more quote unquote employee application to processes or to systems. I mean, if it's acceptable that we may not get to a particular referral for 2 years, then that was the understanding. So, but to Debbie's point, or to Chief Audit Executive Davis's point, we're overwhelmed. I mean, we're barely getting to ones that were referred back almost a year ago. And so the referrals they are really overwhelming. And that's only the ones that come directly through the hotline. We get direct referrals or questions and concerns right from LEAs themselves that we look into, and we do those types of things too. Sometimes the Office of State Auditor, or sometimes, even just following up on part of the OLAG findings, and those types of things. We just don't have the capacity to meet a shorter timeline doing it, and it just keeps growing. So I just want to make sure that that's understood as well. So
Thanks, Scott. We've got another comment from Superintendent Hart, and then we'll continue on with board members.
So I think I want to just clarify. So we have UPPAC that deals with educator complaints. We have the hotline that has general complaints or issues that come up about the whole spectrum of USBE. Then we have corrective action that inside the agency, whether it's we've identified something in financial ops, something is referred from the hotline. If you want a compliance department in USBE, that's something that you need to direct me to make. And that is something then I would bring staffing requirements for. If you want more audits of what's happening, so that audit can bring you information on what's happening in the field, that's an audit request. If you want more investigators investigating UPPAC complaints specifically, that's UPPAC FTE. So we need to be really clear about what we want that FTE to do, because that would change where that FTE is used. We don't want if you want more corrective action and you want more things followed up with, then that's a directive to the agency. UPPAC falls under the agency, audit falls under the board. So I think the motion is UPPAC funding, which would provide UPPAC would provide relief for the UPPAC concerns. That motion doesn't provide for the hotline as it's written, unless the hotline is specifically related to something that gets referred to UPPAC. Staff, please, if I have misspoken, then I think Deputy Jones wants to clarify what I just said.
So Superintendent, thank you. I mean, so for further clarification, then this is why I asked, well, is it, 10 more plus what's being proposed right now for UPPAC? So I would respectfully request to clarify further, is this amount of FTEs, is the expectation that they'll cover both, to the superintendent's point, both educator referrals and hotline referrals, because that is an important point, and we want to make sure that we're arrayed. But to Chief Audit Executive Davis's point, we're at 35, which really has no chance of being funded, right? I mean, that's too many. So that's the dilemma that we're in across all of the requirements now that have been put on by code. So then you do your rules, and then we do the best we can with what we have. So, but I agree with the superintendent. That level of clarity would be very important in the construction of the funding proposal, because then we make it clear that these FTEs are for both. Or, I'm not sure where we're at as far as keeping up with just educator referrals, as the superintendent mentioned. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Just a reminder, this motion is that the board move to amend the UPPAC funding request to include 10 total FTE. So currently in backup, we had 2. We're seeking for 8 more. Member Bogus, this is your motion. Can we vote, or you want to speak more to it?
I would love to speak to it.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay. Member Davis and then Member Bogus.
Yeah, I think we need the FTE. I just don't know if it all should be in UPPAC, because we have so many members of our agency that are doing the investigating and helping with the compliance and the coaching through what needs to be done to get folks into compliance. So I'm not sure exactly how to amend, but I think it needs to be amended.
Member Bogus.
Thank you. So, just for clarity, audit does have their own funding request in here, and it's delineated appropriately. My concern is that we have an employee here that basically has 3 full-time jobs. And this person, I mean, I can call them at 10 o'clock at night, send a text message, and I get a phone call back. That's not appropriate expectations of this board to our employees, in my opinion. Like, I think that when we have someone who writes rules, who operates the grammar code and oversees UPPAC, we need to break that up so that this person can have reasonable expectations of their job position. And when you're working like that, and I don't want to hire 2 people that we're going to overwork. I don't think that's fair in sporting. And almost everybody in the UPPAC division busted up 100 miles an hour all the time. And I just would like to see this be a space that people want to work, where they stay, and that we are offering the people who have stayed with us a long time and have committed many years of their life to this agency, that they are treated better. And some of the ways you treat people better are by decreasing their workload, specifically when, board weeks. I know we all know what our employees do during board week. Well, this employee does it all the weeks. And I would like to see us really step up and advocate for this division of the USBE. It's been long needed and long overdue. If somebody wants to amend it and move 2 of those to audit, I'm sure CAE Davis would smile. Even so, if they want to amend it and move 2 of those to Superintendent Jones, I'm sure he would smile. But I think when we go to the legislature with data that says we need 35, but we're really asking for 15, I would hope that they would listen to that and to respond in kind. I hope that would be something they would do. I think it's super important that we continue to discuss this and get our different divisions the people they need to do their jobs well.
Member Carey.
So I have a motion to amend, if that's in order. And it would be that the board move to amend the UPPAC funding request to include 10 total FTE for UPPAC and audit.
So the amendment is to, the amendment would to add UPPAC and audit. So just add and audit. So it would read that, hold on, I've got 2 hands in the back, Elise and Scott.
Those are just 2 different funding requests, so we can add these to the 2, or I just would love some clarity just to make sure I do it right.
Yeah, and I'm happy to explain my thinking. I do think that UPPAC needs FTEs. I think that audit needs FTEs. My concern is that if we vote on this and pass it for 10, another motion can be made to add another 10 on top of this to audit, right? And so then we're looking at 20 or 25. So I'd rather just have one funding request for the FTEs in both of these areas.
Scott, go ahead.
And I think this is a value add. That's why I was trying to remind you that you had directed staff to identify critical FTE needs across 3 areas. So my recommendation would be is to identify how many for UPPAC, and then as part of it's in the backups, identify how many more FTEs then are in the packet for audit. Does that make sense? Because they're different titles and the amounts of funding are going to be different for the calculations. So I'm making this recommendation through the chair, right? That way we keep the integrity of what you first directed, which is 2 different funding proposals to Elite or Dr. Newey's point, and we keep that process or integrity in there. I hope that makes sense. Anyway.
So for a reminder to board members, if I am understanding correctly, we were asking, or there's a request for 5 for audit and 2 for UPPAC. And so if you want to rebalance however you'd like, right, if you say, okay, well, let's give 3 of those 8, let's give 3 of those to audit and the other 5 to UPPAC. It's your motion, Member Carey, so I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, I understand that. I just would like more direction from the superintendent and the staff generally, because I think they have greater insights into the needs of the organization globally. And so I would feel uncomfortable allocating a specific number to either audit or UPPAC without hearing from the superintendent and staff as to their recommendation. So now understanding, however, that the different titles and different funding sources, so I'm going to drop my motion to amend in light of what Deputy Superintendent Jones just shared with us, because it seems like I'm trying to put the proverbial square peg into a round hole. So I'll withdraw that motion.
And I can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Carey. When we meet before legislators or governors, we've done this. We did this last year, right? And we say, look, here's what the request is, but they know that UPPAC's in trouble. They've discussed it, right? We say, look, we'll take what we can get. This is what we think we can get by with. We'll still be in the hole, right? We can have those conversations. So I think, Scott, tell me if I'm wrong. We can be somewhat, I don't want to say vague. That doesn't make, but I just said it. I get it. But we can put our proposal, and then we can have that real conversation saying, this is what we're asking for, but we both know we need help. So I'm happy to do that. If that's, and it feels like that's the direction, not the direction of the board, but that's what we're all feeling, like we need help. So Member Carey, go ahead.
So with that, Chair, would this language unnecessarily hamstring the leadership with that mobility to spread it around UPPAC or audit, because it just refers to UPPAC?
Yes, this would obviously say, if we're trying to fight for a few extra on top of what's in backup, this would clearly say that UPPAC would take priority, right? If we were to say, yeah, we want 10 here, 5 in audit, right? It kind of would.
Yep. And whoever's reading my mind, thank you. That looks perfect. So I don't know who's driving, but.
So if they're reading your mind, I'm assuming then this is your new or reworded motion. Is that correct, Member Carey? You might have to. She's run out of mind reading.
I would just put to a total of 10, if we're looking for a number.
And let me clarify. Yeah, let me clarify. Are you saying 10 additional, or to a total of 10 additional on top of what's back there? I know, but this is Member Carey's motion now. So as we get this up, Scott, go ahead, and Member Carey will keep an eye on this and make sure that this is correct. Scott, go ahead.
So 10 additional and split out as determined by the superintendent. So 10 additional between UPPAC and, but who decides how many for UPPAC and how many for, because they're 2 separate funding requests. So if you want 10 additional, I'm sorry, sir, if you want 10 additional to cover both or augment the current requests for the numbers for UPPAC and that, then would you leave it up to the staff to decide, of the 10, 5 go here and 5 go here? Or, could we get that level of clarity, please?
Yeah, I would say as determined by the superintendent and board leadership. Okay. And again, I do that just because, having watched board leadership at interim and watched them during the session, it is very fluid. You have someone that is dead set on a number, a cap, and I just want to make sure that both staff and board leadership have the flexibility to say, looks like the legislature is really heavy on audit. Let's put our number there versus UPPAC. So I just want to increase maximum flexibility for staff and board leadership in that setting. Thank you.
So the potential motion before the board then is that the board direct the superintendent to amend the current UPPAC and audit critical FTE funding requests to increase the FTE requests to increase the total number of FTEs to 17 as determined by the superintendent and board leadership. Is there a second? We have a second. Member Carey, would you like to speak to this additionally? Okay, Member Bogus?
Close enough, right?
Thank you, sir. I just want to, and maybe this is through you to Member Carey. Are we going to honor these funding requests? Because, for example, our audit department has clearly delineated, our UPPAC has delineated, but this kind of says, hey, if we want 1 to go to audit and 16 to go to UPPAC, I really don't want to act against what they've already said is critical. And I just want to make certain that that's not going to happen as this is stated. And then I have one final comment, maybe question, but a comment that might lead to a question.
Yeah, Scott, go ahead.
I can answer that question. My understanding of the motion is we have the base request in place right now. Audit has requested a particular amount of FTEs and UPPAC has. So that would stay at that level. We would just decide with the additional ones that are being proposed, how to array those between the two requests. So we would minimally support, the current amount, and then the decision would be the superintendent's to decide how to increase those above what you're seeing right now. Does that help?
That does help.
Okay.
So I would like to speak before we vote, but that's it.
You want me to come back around to you? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Member Davis.
Question for Superintendent Hart and the maker of the motion, both of you. You get to stay there in that corner. Why did the superintendency choose not to request any additional FTE for this year if we are 2 years behind in what we need to be doing with our own compliance, monitoring, investigating, and whatnot? And to the maker of the motion, it seems like the agency that is doing all of this, because these audits get directed, or these complaints get directed to agency members to take care of. So wouldn't the people who are taking care of the complaints need some FTE? But wondering why the agency isn't included in this.
Okay, we'll go to Member Carey first and then Superintendent Hart.
Thank you. I agree, Board Member Davis. The only reason I didn't do that was that it was my understanding the superintendent wasn't requesting an FTE. Had they, I would have included that here as let the staff and superintendent have the flexibility to appoint that FTE to any one of those 3 areas. But again, the only reason I did not was it was my understanding no request was being made, but I would consider that a friendly if that changes.
Okay, can we hear from?
Yep, we'll go to Superintendent Hart.
It's a matter of timing. I've been pushing really hard for you to have a strategic plan, and I feel like I need to make my decisions based on a strategic plan. At the time that was asked about FTE, I had not, I wasn't sure where the board wanted to go. The minute the board says we want more work done in the compliance space, then it's, that's somewhat of a reorganization. And the first thing you should do, in my mind, is use the resources you have and look at the funding you already have and whether or not you can move around funding and move around personnel. That wasn't something that at the time I was willing to say, I think we need to spend a significant amount of money in reallocating for a compliance department. Now, I think if you ask me that same question, I have a much different answer. One, because you have as your fourth goal, I can't call it right offhand, but you have signaled. And this conversation alone moves that conversation forward. We have been looking internally at some changes with staffing to do just this. Trying to be revenue neutral, trying to respect the information that we're getting about the lack of ongoing funds and only having one-time funds. So the first thing I want to do as your superintendent is utilize the resources we have. What I am hearing today is really the first time we have talked publicly and in a board meeting, in a public setting, that you are interested in putting this amount of resources towards those issues. So what that means is the leadership team and I go back and look at how close can we get to 10 FTE without having to ask for additional funding, if that makes sense. That's the first thing to do responsibly. But that's a long roundabout answer to say I wasn't going to change the major focus and time and effort of the agency without some signal from the board. Now, what I would like to do is do just that, figure out what we have, what we can do with the money that we have, and then come back to you and say, if these are the things you want to accomplish, this is what it'll take as an additional ask to legislature. But heretofore, I haven't been given that directive. So I don't know if that answers the question or...
May I, Chair?
Please.
Yes, and I think that's a wise to look at what we already have. But I think that in order to do all of that, you need to add the agency into the list of the increase of 10.
Oh, clearly.
Because it's... So if Member Carey still feels that that would be friendly to add the agency there, and I know we've talked about friendly amendments, but I think if there is an objective...
Well, keep in mind that corrective action plans are written by, in the past, 95 to 100% of them were written by Scott Jones. Mm-hmm. I have signed some since becoming superintendent. Corrective action plans come from the agency, from Deputy Jones or myself, based on information that we get from UPPAC, audit.
Right.
But the corrective action is done by the agency. So if you want more in that space, then the agency is where you put it. If you want more audits, then you put it in audit. If you want to be specific to handling the educator concerns and not CAPS in general, then that would be earmarked to UPPAC. So it's a matter of organizing the agency around your priorities, but until I know your priorities, I cannot organize around them.
Well, I support a lot of what's been discussed today because I think that we need to cut down the wait time in UPPAC personally. But then I hesitate to add more into audit if we're not adding more into this to support to help people get to compliance. And that is where the agency comes in. So if Member Carey's comfortable and the board's comfortable, I would add agency into this consideration of the additional 10.
Okay, so there is it's 159, and we're gonna move through this. So there's an amendment to add, excuse me,
The agency.
The agency. So it would read that the board direct the superintendent to amend the current UPPAC, audit critical or audit, and agency critical FTE funding requests to increase the FTE requests to increase. Is that repetitive? Okay. To increase the total number of FTEs to 17 as determined by the superintendent and board leadership, Is there a second to that amendment? Once I get a second, I'll ask if there's opposition. There is a second. Is there any opposition to this amendment? Not hearing any. That is the current motion. Board members, it is now 2:00. I would ask, I've got lights from Lear, Earl, Bogus, and staff 4. I would ask if this is not going to change your vote, then let's get ready to vote here so that we can. Okay. Member Lear, go ahead.
Which, and I'm asking Scott because he's the only one with any longevity, not because the superintendent couldn't ask or answer the question. How many FTE increases have we been successful in getting in the last 3 years?
We've never received the full extent of our FTE requests. There's been, so one year we asked for 8 and we got enough money to hire 2. So there have been some years when we do it, but we've never, since I've been here, received the full amount of requests for FTEs.
Was 2 the most we've ever?
No, there was one year when there was 5 out of like 12 that we requested. So yeah.
That's enough of a message. And then my second follow-up to that, if I may, is that if we get those and there's reorganization, or as Superintendent Hart was talking about, are we going to be willing to lay off people because they're not all fungible employees? A curriculum person can't become a UPPAC investigator or an auditor. So I'm just wondering if in this vote we realize that there are going to be some possible layoffs, if this is even remotely something the legislature would be responsive to.
Okay. I'm not seeing a response from there, so I'm going to go. Okay. Thank you. Member Bogus.
Yeah, I just would encourage us to support this. I think that there's a grave difference between critical. It's different than the staff we need to meet the expectations of the legislature without overworking people and asking for them to dedicate their lives 24/7 to this agency. And I would just hope that when we send this message to the legislature, we communicate the difference between critical needs to survive and keep our heads above water and what is needed to actually meet the expectations that they have for us. And so I would just encourage us to vote for this and to advocate for it respectively. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion before the board then is that the board direct the superintendent to amend the current UPPAC, audit, and agency critical FTE funding requests to increase the total number of FTEs to 17 as determined by the superintendent and board leadership. Let's vote.
Member Bogus.
Yes.
Member Bogus is a yes. Member Booth. Member Booth, are you still with us? Okay, he is absent. Member Britton.
Yes.
Member Davis. Member Davis is a yes. Member Earl.
No, this is the.
Okay, Member Earl is a yes. Member Green.
Yes.
Member Hall. Member Hall is a yes. Member Kelly.
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Carey.
Yes.
Member Carey is a yes. Member Lear.
No.
Member Lear is a no. Member Longacre. Yes. Member Longacre is a yes. Member Reel. No. Member Reel is a no. Vice Chair Wood.
Yes.
Thank you. I am a yes, and Chair Hymas.
Yes.
And Chair Hymas is a yes. That motion passes 12-2, the nays being Member Lear and Member Reel, with Member Booth absent.
Thank you. I would seek a final motion. Do we have a second? I don't see another action item.
For the mathematics, is there no action on that then?
It was a potential funding request.
Right.
Put together by staff. It could have been an action item here if the board member chose to make a motion.
Right.
Just letting you know.
Yeah, that's
So,
right.
okay, Member Earl.
The question of the first, if the items listed there were coming back next month. My understanding is they were. So I did not move something because that's why I
Okay.
asked that. Am I wrong in saying that?
Okay, so yeah, this is why I need to clarify this. When Board Member Earl asked that question, Chair, I was saying the ones that have already been identified as or directed by you. So you asked us for a list from the staff. We gave you the list. To our understanding, you would decide, hey, you need to, yes, go forward, move forward with putting together an RFF, a request for funding for next month for the mathematics. So I was assuming that you were going to do something like that. So I answered yes. Those would all come forward in in October for your finalization of it. So.
But we didn't do that with the Beverly Taylor Sorensen, right?
So it sounds like Deputy Superintendent's looking for clarification because we do have a list of funding requests. So Deputy Superintendent Nui.
So are we talking about the K through 8 literacy request, or are we talking about the mathematics at the top? This one.
I don't know what
This
the
one.
mathematics is.
That
What am I
one right
missing?
there.
Okay. Looks like Deputy Superintendent Nui might have some more
Right.
information.
I think you were probably thinking the K through 8 literacy,
Oh, that's
which
what
I
I was
was
thi-
too.
that's what I was
So I
thinking.
said yes. But
Oh,
this one was put into the backups because the process was for Superintendent Hart to bring a list of staff proposals so that you could action those. It's in the record.
included in the?
So,
So,
Deputy, go ahead.
Any of the backup items that look like this, these are funding proposals that we've already put together and will come back to you in October. So these will come back to you, the Beverly Taylor Sorensen, UPAC, FTEs. This one, however, was one that we had been directed as staff to put together additional staff requests for consideration. So this one will not come back to you in October currently.
So my understanding is if we do not direct staff to bring it back, then this
Right.
will not go forward.
Correct.
Okay,
Okay.
can I make the?
Yep.
And I
Member
thought
Earl.
this was included in their recommendation. It is, but their concern is if the other doesn't go forward, this is like we need this. So there's the difference there, is what I'm understanding. And I guess because we don't have to move this forward, I just make a motion that we consider this a case to consider for the mathematics assessment. I can't read it, it's still small. It's not going big for me.
Early mathematics benchmark.
Early
assessment.
mathematics benchmark assessment.
So you want to make a motion to bring that back next month?
Yeah.
And, okay, we'll get,
Okay.
I need a second.
Here's where we are, because I'm going to try to follow our processes. There was a motion to adjourn that was seconded. It's not debatable.
All right.
All right. So I'm going to ask this group, all in favor of adjourning, aye. Say aye. All opposed, no. Or aye, whatever. Okay. There were no ayes. This meeting is not adjourned. So this motion is in order. We've got a motion that says that the board directs superintendent to develop a funding request for the early mathematics benchmark. Is there a second? Can we vote? Yes. Member Earl says yes. Let's go ahead and vote.
Member Bogus? Member Bogus is a yes. Member Booth is absent. Member
This is a
Britton?
question, not her.
Yes.
Member Davis? Yes. Member Davis is a yes. Member Earl? Yes. Member Earl is a yes. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Hall? Member Hall is a yes. Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Kelly is a yes. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey is a yes. Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Lear is a yes. Member Longacre?
Yes.
Member Longacre is a yes. Member Reel?
Yes.
Member Reel is a yes. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wood, thank you. I am a yes. Chair Hymas?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously with Member Booth absent.
Okay, I've got member Longacre. I don't know, there you go.
I've been so patient. Can I make a funding request, please?
You can.
Okay.
There's no other motion
Okay.
before us.
Thank you. I want to make a motion that the board direct the superintendent to develop a funding request for potential options for providing funding for paraprofessionals in K-3 classrooms.
Second.
There's been a motion made, a second. Go ahead, Member Longacre.
Yeah, I think a lot of I'll be really quick. We want to get out of here, but a lot of the decisions that we make is to benefit and improve the classroom. And I know for a fact that if we have a paraprofessional in every K-3 classroom, it will solve so many of our problems. And that is a way to streamline and let everyone not only see, but physically see and feel the effects of having a paraprofessional in the classroom. I'm done.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights, let's go ahead and vote.
Member Bogus? Yes. Member Bogus is a yes. Member Booth? Oh, absent. Member Britton? Member Britton, are you with us still? Okay, Member Davis? Yes. Member Davis is a yes. Member Earl? Yes. Member Earl is a yes. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Hall? Member Hall is a yes. Member Kelly?
Yes.
Member Kelly is yes. Member Carey?
Yes.
Member Carey is yes. Member Lear?
Yes.
Member Lear is yes. Member Longacre?
Yes.
Member Longacre is a yes. Member Reel?
Yes.
Member Reel is a yes. Vice Chair Wood?
Yes.
Vice Chair, thank you. I'm a yes. Chair Hymas?
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously, 13 in favor with 2 absent.
Okay, I still have a light on. I know people are packing up. There's a motion to adjourn.
My light was on. I think I was next in line, right?
Member Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion that the motions that were not addressed in this board meeting be moved to the October agenda.
I think they will automatically. So, and then I will have you as queued up, regardless of lights. I've got you first, and then Member Carey.
Okay, super. Thank you.
Thank you. Somebody hit a microphone. Let's get an official final motion. Member Carey.
Motion to adjourn.
There's a second. Motion to adjourn. There's a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you online. Thank you, board members. Thank you, staff.